everybody. How are we all doing this fine afternoon? Welcome back to youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. Let's paint zombies. Let's paint zombies. Yeah, continuing to work through Curse City at the moment, and I've gotten onto the little zombie models. Let's show you what they're like up close. As you can see, I've already made a start on these. Let's just tweak the focus a sec. I've been playing around with contrast paints, which I've never really done before. But yeah, here's one of the zombles. I'm going to be working on 5 today. I've all kind of got them to this point where I've done some of the metals and I've had to go on the skin with some contrast paint. I've started to do the sort of roots and the branches, and just generally speaking, we're going to have a nice time. Hello to everyone in the chat. Lewis Cowper says, how long until a cranberry sing-along? I was actually going to say, what's everyone's favourite song about zombies? I think mine is probably Mamaloy Papaloy by Exuma, which is a great, great song. But tell me yours. Obviously, the Cranberries zombie is like, mwah, perfect. Great song. James Abgi says, zombies, the state between person and lovely skeleton person. You're damn right. Right, let's just make sure we got the focus right. There we go. So yeah, hello to everybody watching in the chat. I'm really enjoying painting these models. I had a really good time painting over the weekend, and there's quite a lot going on up top here. You sort of got flowers here and like a weird padlock, and this stake, which I actually think maybe is supposed to be wooden, so I might repaint that. Just lots of really nice touches, but it also means that there's quite a lot to get right. So that's partly why I just took the quick and easy route with the contrast paint on the skin, and then I'm going to start blocking in the clothes and stuff. And just generally speaking, I'm just going to keep base layering these models over the next 4 hours, and then we'll see how far we get. And if we finish them, I've got 5 more, so we can do it all again. Because batch painting. How are you today, Johnny? Asks Odin Hope. Also Re Your Brains. What a good song by Jonathan Coulton. Yes, a lot of people saying that one is good. I'm alright. I'm okay. Although, literally minutes before this stream, one of the cats did a poop and Watson started eating it. She's now feeling quite sorry for herself because I found her doing it and I told her no. And she knows it's not something she's meant to do. So now she's feeling, all ashamed and stuff. But she'll just have to get over it because I'm not gonna mollycoddle her. Okay, she's stretched out in her bed. She seems all right now. I've got a super chat from Stephen Paul. It says, hey Johnny, watched Ep 4 last night. This talking about Control, Preston Chiodini, I assume. If possible, try not to be concerned about getting lost. Exec is built in a circle. The sectors become more and more labyrinthine after that. You're doing great. Okay, good to know. Because yeah, I don't think it's a spoiler, but in the most recent episode of Preston Chiodini, I went what could very reasonably be called the wrong way for the first 20-25 minutes, and I had a great time, and I was seeing new stuff and sort of discovering things and exploring, but there came a point where I was like, where do I need to go in order to progress the story? And then I realised, back to the start point from this episode, and then the complete opposite direction that I initially took. Good to know. But we got there in the end. It was fun. Where do you get these, says Daniel Thonnet. Are you talking about Curse City? Because, yeah, the set I'm painting from, I think there has been quite a snafu at Games Workshop, and it's not really clear what's been going on. But this game was a sort of billed as a Warhammer Quest release, and the previous Warhammer Quest game was Blackstone Fortress, which is still freely available and is set in the 40k universe. But Cursed City, it seemed like there was no stock anywhere. Like they got like 30 copies in the UK flagship store in the middle of London, and it sold out almost immediately online, and a lot of the posts about this game have sort of just disappeared from the internet, and then some have come back. And it seemed like this was going to be really, they were going to make a lot of copies. Now they don't seem to have many, which is odd. I don't know what's going on there. Unfortunately, I got mine. I managed to sneak in a pre-order with a local independent game shop. If you're trying to find one, good luck. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, hey. Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay, so got a few super chats to catch up on. Firstly, Nordfjord says, "Hey, Johnny, I ran Fishmas Carol yesterday, this being one of the Ox Ventures. They helped the Kuatoa summon the Sea Mother and they sank Tanner's Folly. Alfred is dead. Feckin' devastated, lol. That sounds hilarious. Incredible. Hats off to them, frankly. I wish I could have been a fly on the wall." Odin Hope says, "Re Your Brains is excellent." I agree. I saw Jonathan Coulton live once, and he made the audience sing the chorus, and he kept stopping the song and being like, "No, you're singing it too nicely. You're zombies. Remember that you're zombies. Always remember you're zombies." And then we got there in the end. It was very good fun. What else? Thank you for that super chat. Tom Titherington has done a super chat saying, "Hey Johnny and everyone, I hope you had a nice weekend. I ran a homebrew session of D&D this weekend where my players switched bodies. Cool. I wonder how they reacted. It's always kind of a classic snafu, isn't it? Kieran Foster says, "Is the main Warhammer store not Warhammer World in Nottingham?" Yes, it is. Sorry, but I mean the outside of Warhammer World, like the biggest one in the UK is the one on Tottenham Court Road, in London. Josephina Vengerberg says, "Second tattoo tomorrow. Good luck. But I'm a huge coward. Any tips, chat and/or Johnny?" Just keep your blood sugar levels up. Eat well beforehand. Just remember to breathe and just try and relax. Like the most important thing, the only thing you have to do tomorrow is sit still. So just try and focus on that. Don't be afraid to ask for breaks if you need them. Like if you need to stretch out or if your body's, becoming uncomfortable for holding the same position for ages. But do remember that, it's not a competition, but sometimes if you take a break, it can be a little bit harder to get back into it. Sort of your body weirdly gets into the flow with tattooing, I find anyway. So if you sort of take a break, you can find that your pain threshold has actually dipped a little bit. Speaking of dipping, I nearly just washed my my brush in the remnants of the iced coffee I finished just before this stream. Drink your paint coffee. But yeah, just just chat to I would say chat to the artist as well if you have any concerns about things or you're not feeling great, etc., etc. Generally speaking, tattoo artists are really nice people. So I was chatting to my favourite tattoo artist today actually about my next tattoo, which will be fun. It's happening in hopefully June. I shall reveal details once it's on my body. Right. There are some flowers on... That's too thin, doesn't it? There we go. Using a wet palette today and it's really wet. Because it's quite warm in here and I don't want things to just evaporate. So this paint is actually quite thin. Got some roses, but I'm going to do them purple. Because I always find red roses on miniatures really draw my eye in a way I don't always like. So I thought, purple. A friend recommended that actually. So I thought, yes, let's do this. So how was everyone's weekend? Please tell me what you got up to. I had a nice weekend, although weirdly I can't quite remember what I got up to. Did quite a bit of work actually, which was nice. Like it was good work. It was finishing up Weird Tales of Adventure. The first issue is out now. What did I do? Had a good walk with the dog. What did I do? I don't remember Saturday. And I don't mean that in a like, I partied so hard. I mean like, I just don't remember what Saturday was. That's weird. I made a lasagna. That was nice. I don't know. Oh, the Nice Witch says, "I saw some friends for the first time in months and it was great." Yes, please. It is nice that the weather is permitting people to meet up outside a bit more. Because I was meeting some friends in like January and February and going for a socially distanced walk. And it was just punishing. And it was like, I love seeing you, but we are all physically miserable right now. So yeah, the fact that things are actually opening up again makes me very, very happy. Are there any other ones with flowers on them? You know what? I'm just going to go through these one by one. Sod it. Jack Wood says, I spent most of my weekend walking dogs. Excellent. Teresa M says, I spent much of yesterday cross-stitching and watching gaming vids. Delicious. Nordfjord said, I watched Twilight, got strangely invested, and drank myself to hell and back. Goodness me. That is quite the weekend, it has to be said. Unexpected, but I do respect it. So, good for you, frankly. Uh-oh. Arcadia says, I've been teaching my teenage son how to play Magic the Gathering. He has his eye on my deck now. Slippery slope. But a good slope, all the same. Oh, on Friday I went for a drink with Monk from last week's painting stream, which was lovely. We sort of had a bit of a catch-up, talked more about the hobby, talked about technical difficulties and stuff. It was good fun. I passed on all the kind words everyone had about him appearing on the stream and being just generally lovely, and he was very appreciative. So well done, you lot. Right, so there you go. We got some purple flowers and some green on there. Hopefully that's showing up all right. As ever, I don't really like how that looks. It looks weirdly flat and but also just kind of cartoonish, but trust in the make look good water. The shade liquid talent will make everything all right once again. Is that a leaf? Yes, that's a leaf. Username 159 has done a super chat to say, I slept and started a Fallout 76 character based off General Sherman, since I've been hearing it's actually worth playing now. Yeah, has anyone else play Fallout 76? It's never quite grabbed my imagination, but then again, I loved Fallout New Vegas, and I liked Fallout 3, but I just didn't like Fallout 4. I thought it was bloody miserable, and I just couldn't get on with it, so I packed it in quite quickly. So I kind of assumed that 76 might not be for me, but I know some people who really do enjoy it. So, and I do like farting about with video games. Like I play, my friends and I play Golf with Your Friends not infrequently, even though like it's a bit shonky. And it's kind of one of those games that's like, let's borrow a lot of things from Rocket League. The kids will like that, but it is just funny just to laugh at one another being rubbish at an okay golf game. It's on Game Pass, and every now and then we just keep going back to it. We're like, everyone uninstalls it. We're like, nah, we're done with golf. We call it Gralf, which also doesn't help. Like, we're done with that now. We're not going to play it anymore. And then somebody, towards the end of an evening, will be like, does anyone want to play some golf with your friends? And we're off, and we're just screaming at each other. And regrettably, I can never stream that game because it makes me curse like nothing else. I mean, I swear not infrequently on this channel anyway, but it is a whole other realm. Like, I surprise myself with the amount I swear during games of that. So, regrettably, it's not a stream candidate. Matt Brace's spit take for Gralf. Gecko in a suit says Achievement Hunter got me into playing that game. Oh yeah, what are people saying about... Shift says, I've never met kinder players than in Fallout 76. That's nice. If you want to be super frustrated by a game, you should probably play Pogo Stuck, says Emma Benton. Hello, Emma Benton. Riley Marie says, Johnny, that's all the more reason to stream the game. Yes, but I would honestly get demonetized. Like, I think my channel would get deleted. Genuinely, that's how bad it is. Yeah, so perhaps not. John Nigma, I hope I said that right, has said, hey Johnny, I was wondering if you had any tips for running a one-on-one D&D campaign. Have a really good chat with your player or your DM if you are. Well, you said tips for running it, so I'm assuming you're the DM. Have a really good chat with the player about what sort of thing they want, and also how many, like, how involved they want companions to be along the way. Like, are they expecting you to basically be playing a character alongside them? Because there's nothing particularly wrong with that if they like it. But automatically assuming that you should have a fully fleshed out. No, my paint is drying out. Mornfang Brown, why? Oh no! Oh god, you know in nature documentaries when you see like a rhino approach a tiny dirty puddle in the dry season? That's my Mornfang Brown right now. This was like one of the first paints I ever bought. I've made no bones about. I hate Citadel flip top pots because right, I should have taken that off a while ago. I admit, but even then, the lid's not going on and staying on, and that's dried out. So great, that's another dead paint. But we had a good run, Mornfang Brown. I bought you in 2017. Oh, that's a lot of paint on my my paintbrush. Damn it. But oh wow, Bristolian Stag Beetle, number 1, great name. Says got loop hero after the stream. Currently trying to beat the 3rd boss, having poured 50 hours in already. That is impressive. I haven't played much since I streamed it actually because I've sort of been running around and doing other things and trying other games. I need to get back to loop hero because it's great. Alright, and we're just going around the bottom of these flowers now, just adding in, there we go, look, painting earth here, because I don't know why, I painted the earth silver when I was, just call it sloppy base painting, I guess, when I was doing a first pass on this model. Nordfield says, Johnny, have you ever bought a Hero Forge mini? I mostly just use the character creator for display. I've never bought one, but I do own one. Somebody very kindly made a version of me in Hero Forge and painted it up. It was a delight. It's on my shelf somewhere, and they are great, but I think they're also quite fragile. Like, I've seen some that have arrived for people through the post and have just been shattered. I don't know if it's to do with whether it's resin they're printing in or what. But I know a lot of people that are really thrilled with them, and they've come a long way. Like you can now just get minis fully in colour, and they'll print it up for you, so you don't even need to paint it if you don't want to, which I think is genuinely impressive. So yeah, I think there's so much potential there. It's just I don't play role-playing games with miniatures, so I don't. I've never really needed to buy one. I was briefly tempted to buy because you used to be able to get ones like this big that were made of bronze. I was like, I could just get a massive bronze statue of my old Fading Suns character just to be really gauche, because it's what he would have wanted, but I didn't, so hey ho. Darth Monk said, Johnny, Blade's question, how important do you think it is to keep a personal rival around? My players managed to legitimately kill one of their rivals, and I don't want to undermine that achievement. If they've killed them, leave it a while before you give them another rival, I reckon. Like, if you just make a rival and go, here's your rival. Oh, that was fun. Here's your rival. You. Then people, like, it's going to feel like they have a rival for the sake of it. Wait until a rival emerges organically for them and has some relevance. Like, maybe there's someone they're going to really screw over in a session they find particularly memorable. You can take that person and then go like, right, we'll run with this. This will be their latest rival. That's a power tool starting up outside. That's good, isn't it? Mr. the Jeff has done a super chat. So just saying thank you for building such a lovely community. I hit rock bottom last week, and it was the Skeleton Pals on the Discord that picked me back up and put me on my feet again. I'm really glad, Mr. the Jeff, that, I think the lovely Skeleton Pals over in the Discord are lovely, but I'm really glad that they were there for you. I'm sorry to hear that things were rough, but I'm glad that they gave you a hand. And thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. What colour to make dress? What colour? Might go for a deep red, but then with the green, will that just look like I'm trying to make a Christmas zombie? What do we reckon, chat? Lady of Deception says, I'm quite jealous that you have a copy of Cursed City because it did look pretty interesting. Is this for any specific purpose or just to add to your Age of Sigmar army? It's mostly just to play this. And also I did want the miniatures because they're just really lovely sculpts. Red or orange. Darth Monk says purple. Odin Hope says, hi Johnny, is there an update on the PO box? Still working on it, I'm afraid. There's a snafu with my bank for reasons I won't bother going into. Go for a red tinted brown. A red tinted brown's a great shout because Blood Reaver flesh is a very reddy brown. So let's just go with that. Let's smash that in to start with. Or do we do a red coat and then this over the top? This over the top of a red coat. All right. Not West Dakar red, corn red. Here we go. Roll a dice for the colour. Oh, goodness. Oh. William Black says, I'm about to paint 30 knights for Adeptus Titanicus and I don't want to. Bloody hell, William Black. That's a lot. That's a big old thing to have to undertake. The Nice Switch says, Christmas zombie. It's what Jesus would have wanted. Well, I mean, I am going in with the red, so here we go. Wouldn't Jesus prefer an Easter zombie? Just thinking about it. Okay. Here we go. You can tell I'm trying to be neat here because I immediately stopped talking and started humming like a div. There's how it looks so far. Slightly worried that with the purple it's actually going to come out more Jessica Rabbit than zombie or Christmas zombie. So that's something to watch out for, isn't it? But we'll crack on and see how we do. Zoe Icarus says, is there meant to be a camera on the painting or... How do you mean? Like this? Yes. Christmas zombie isn't bad. She was just drawn this way. Very good, the Nice Witch. Oh, Lady of Deception has done a super chat. Thank you very much. The super chat says, I just wanted to offer my support. I watched all your content at Dicebreaker, found you through Oxbox, and you really helped me with my own DMing, so have a drink on me. Thank you, I will. In fact, it's 23 minutes past 4 now here in the UK. And at about 5 to 6, I'm going to put on the good old-fashioned be right back screen, and I'm going to nip to the fridge, and I'm going to get myself a beer. Because it's nice to have a beer while painting, especially since, like, you know, if you're just chatting to people, sometimes you'll just be like, chat, 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 sip, 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 and you'll sort of finish a beer without realizing that you were drinking it. That makes it sound awful. You know what I mean? Like how talking to friends, like you won't pay attention to the drink you're having, and then you're like, oh, I've had that beer. With painting, not least because my hands are busy and I'm having to concentrate and stuff, I can make a can of beer like last for 3 hours. It's amazing. I had like an 8-hour painting session one time, and I think I had 3 beers, which was it's quite pleasing, really. I was about to say it's a money-saving exercise, but Warhammer is not a cheap hobby, so... There you go. Insane Raven says, chat, 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 sip, sip, sip. Yeah, perfect idle animations. That's just it, isn't it? You know, it's also, I think genuinely it's a little bit of a social cue sometimes, where you'll be like, yeah, sip, to be like, please talk. I'm deliberately putting something in my mouth now so that I can, like, give over the conversational ground. Which is why people who talk too much in a pub are really irritating, especially if it's their round, because it takes them forever to have their drink. Loki Akai has done a super chat saying, small pebble for the inevitable beer garden. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the small pebble for the inevitable beer garden. I don't have a garden anymore. My last flat had a garden, and it was annoying, actually. It was a lot of work to keep up, just to keep the landlady happy. And, like, the dog didn't even like going in it to use it as a toilet, so it wasn't even useful in terms of, you know, getting the dog emptied in the morning or the evening or whatever. But there were a handful of occasions over the 3 years we lived there where we went out into the garden and we had a beer with a friend, or we had a little barbecue, and it was nice. I think I can think of maybe 3 occasions, because we also lived next to a massive park, so what was the point in going in the garden? It's like, let's just go to the flipping park. So yeah. Nordfjord says, the people demand a Chiodini mini brewery. I nearly went into brewing at one point, actually. After I left GameSpot, I was freelance for a year. And I was genuinely starting to think, like, do I want to do journalism? Should I change my career, etc., etc.? And about that time, my friend who runs a brewery was looking for, like, brewers, and they were sort of small enough at that point that they weren't adverse to the idea of taking someone on and training them up on the job. And I was like, ooh, this is quite interesting. So I went and just sat with my friend while he was doing a brew on their small test kit to test a new recipe, see if it was any good. And yeah, I just brewed beer, played a lot of Carcassonne all day, and thought about changing my career. In the end, I didn't go for it, but it's good fun. Here's how this little zomble's coming along. I actually really like how that's looking. This is Corn Red, Khorne. It's one of the Citadel colours, which hasn't dried out, and it does give a really nice, rich, sort of deep red, which is good. Martin Cox says, are you pints all night? Or do you reach a point where you move to short drinks? Nah, pints all night. I just like beers. I mean, I don't just like beers. I really like, whiskey and stuff like that. But I just like pints. I like pints a lot. Ooh, this is interesting. This goes back to what I was saying last week. Painting a sculpt for the first time and trying to work out what bit's what. You can see I'm making an inroad with the red here. I'm not sure what bit is cloth and what bit isn't. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Right, so you see this arm here. Hopefully this is clear. I think I'm zoomed in all the way. I am. Right, you've got the shoulder here, and then you've got, like, it's an off the shoulder dress with one of those broad, like, cuffs. But then you've also got sleeve coming down here. Hang on, let me just pick out the sleeve so I can show you a bit more what I mean. So you got the sleeve there, but then above that, that's still this here. That's still fabric because it's like an off-the-shoulder ball gown. This lady was fancy before. She's fancy now, but she's also undead. So I have to say, I don't know how many of you caught the stream last week, the last painting stream. We had my friend Monk on, who runs a YouTube channel called Googly Eyed Skull. You can check it out. It's very good. He kit bashes like a demon, but he also had some good painting tips, which included just get a bigger brush and go for it. And actually, I'm having a much better time using a larger brush, whereas before I would very much be going in with a teeny tiny brush, getting paint all over the ferrule and blah, 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 blah. And yeah, it's been quite liberating actually to just get a bigger brush and do bigger areas and just continue being careful with it. So yeah. Right. Zombies also deserve fashion. You're right, Crazy Melodies. They say you can't take it with you, but then, like, those are people, you know, they didn't reckon on you coming back. So. CJ Origin says, hey, Johnny, what are your thoughts on running a D&D game on Discord using a bot? Do you mean like a bot for, like, the roles and stuff? So I think that's fine. Like, I've run plenty of role-playing games on Discord, and bots can be really useful. Like, there's a bot called GroovyBot, where you can just tell it what to play and it'll play music for you, and you can make it sort of skip and pause and shuffle and all that kind of stuff. So it's great for building ambience because it basically just joins the voice channel, doesn't listen, but will play music down the phone to everyone on Discord. It's really, really good. And then, yeah, there are bots for like not rules checks. Maybe, I don't know. There are bots for like, you know, your dice rolls and stuff like that. And I just think they're really handy. So yeah. Thumbs up from me. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. So, okay, we're in a bit of a bind now. Do you see where the old shoulder sash is? Which is just sort of coming in here. This bit up here, some of this needs to be not red. Oh, I get it. Okay, cool. Fine. Never mind. Right. We need an accent colour for the sash bit, and for the sort of, I don't know if you can see, she's got a little belt around her waist, sort of a little loop of fabric there, just under her arm, that sort of white band. What colour? What colour for that? I don't want to make it white because that is too Christmassy. Is it like a stole, says Tom and Brantley? I don't think so. It is definitely part of the dress. Avraybot for D&D 5th edition comes highly recommended, says Serdar Uzmenes? I didn't say that right, did I? Either black or gold. Faded purple would match. Gold, yellow. One sec. Sorry about that. Bright brown. Gold, maybe. Black lace. Lady of Deception. How talented a painter do you think I am? Blue, black, or gold, white. Blue, black could work. Dark blue might work as a bit of a contrast, says Lewis Cowper. Yeah, let's do blue, black. Get some of the old Cantor blue and a Baden black out. Chantilly lace. We're not talking about the head wrap Titan Uranus. Hot pink, says Simply Dave MN. MN. Let's put that. Where am I going to put that? That goes there. Okay. Bit more blue. Wash the brush. Here's the blue. There goes some black. And that gives us blue-black. You can see here on my very untidy palette. It's just here. Alright. Don't know if that's too thin down now. This is a very, very wet palette. Have I gone through the greaseproof paper? It's possible. But oh well. Sash time. Steady. Fine. Sorry if I'm not reading chat right now, but this is delicate. In fact, just went a little bit over the line. Rapid clean of the brush. Flood it with water. There we go. Ah, shit. You sing one Cockney line and you fuck up your whole miniature. Let's get some paper in there. Okay, that's fine. Fixed it. See, a lot of miniature painting is being neat, but a lot more miniature painting is about rapidly fixing your mistakes. Not avoiding making them, just rapidly fixing them. Right, I'm just going to go close the door. I'll be right back. Ooh, wow. Tom Ireland has done a whacking great super chat. Thank you very much, Tom. That's really humbling. Says, after several hard years, I'm in a great position, mental health and job. You're one of a few video makers here and elsewhere that are great fun with consistent subtext and text, have casual yet earnest empathy and support. Cheers to you and wish you well. Tom, that's a really lovely super chat. Thank you. I really hugely appreciate it. And I'm glad to hear things are going well, both in terms of your mental health and job. That's excellent. Okay. So, oh, okay, that needs a second coat, doesn't it? Here we go. There we go. Huh? Lucian Collins says, same with bookbinding. My teacher used to call it the art of covering your mistakes. I never knew that. Right. So here's how it... Oh, come on. Oh, right. Get your hand back in. Where's your position? There we go. It'll become... It's really hard to show that off, actually. Okay, look. There you go. There's your sash. There's your sash there. And then it does continue round. It'll become clearer with a highlight, I think. It's not what I would have chosen normally. In fact, I'm going to go over that with a bit more blue. It's a bit too dark. But I like it. Okay. Paint, paint, paint. I was batch painting 10 of these over the weekend, just trying to tear through them because you do get 10, and you get 10 skeletons with Cursed City. So I was kind of doing all of the skin and all of the wood on all 10 and then moving on to the next step. And I was planning to do that with just 5 for this stream so I could show a bit more progress. But actually, now it's come to it, I'm really enjoying just focusing on one model at a time, especially since these sculpts are so different. And they're so detailed. I'm kind of learning as I go. There you go. Sash stands out a bit better now. There you go. Right. Now let's do... Pick up the middle bit. What is that? Why doesn't it show up on the other side of the sculpt? Belt, belt, belt. Belt, belt, belt. Belt. Oh, it's just tiny. Oh, okay, that's fine. Cool. Burrito has done another big old super chat. Thank you very much. That's really humbling. Says, hi, Johnny. How are you? Thanks for the stream. I listened to it while at work. Question, what are your thoughts on straight edge / alcohol-free living, especially dealing with depression? Feel like I've only enjoyed alcohol when around good friends. Cheers. I think, I think as with many things, it's about what works for you, really. I have a number of friends who don't drink. Some because they've had a difficult relationship with alcohol in the past, or some because they just don't really like it, never really got on with the taste, etc., etc. And I think I'm very lucky in that my friends don't, like we enjoy a drink, and a lot of the time we do go to the pub, etc., etc. At no point do we ever pressure people to drink. Like if someone says, like I'm not drinking tonight, or I don't drink, then it's always like, it's fine, cool, don't worry about it, great. Like no one ever tries to convince them to do it, because if it works for them, then like who am I, and who's anyone else to be like, no, come on, actually I think I know better, and I reckon you should have a gin because like I think you'll have a better time because I'm that horribly conditioned into it. It's gross behavior to kind of try and pressure other people into drinking. Like, we've all had that friend who's like, come on, one more, or like, cheeky beer, whatever. But that is very different to being like, hey, I'm not gonna either respect your principles about this, or, I'm not going to respect that. I'm just going to try and like batten down your defenses and make you feel like you have to in order to be fun. Like it's a gross way to behave. And like, I am someone who lives with depression, and like alcohol is a depressant. Personally, I find that it doesn't interact badly with my meds, and it doesn't make me more depressed. And I do, quite enjoy a drink every now and then. So like, I personally am fine with it, but that's me, and that's after. I mean, I've been consciously living with depression since I was about 15. And when I think about it, I think actually it stems back to a long time before that as well. So, like I'm used to thinking about it, and I do monitor how I am with booze and my depression and stuff. But again, it just works for me. And if people want to be straight edge, they should absolutely be straight edge. I do find caffeine very useful, but still. Yeah, Will puts it very well. If someone is actually pressuring you into drinking, if someone is actually pressuring you into drinking, they are not your friend. They're a fucking arsehole. Agreed. That's it. There we go. Yeah, it makes me really angry when I hear about people behaving like that, to be honest. Where's Mia Shingray? There's Mia Shingray. Julian Cortez says, everyone having a bit to drink, but here I am with my Capri Sun. Capri Sun's amazing. Capri Sun is delicious. God, I haven't had a Capri Sun in ages. Do they still do them with the straws? I was vaguely aware that they changed them to like the weird pouches with the twisty plastic tops at some point. But big fan of the old ones with the straw, because then you just end up sort of blowing the pouch back up afterwards with the straw, and occasionally you jump on it and it would make an incredibly loud bang, actually. Good times at Capri Sun High. Okay, just going back over these roots. For the roots and the trees, you can sort of see them here. They're getting a bit lost at the minute, but I went with like just with a grey. Because I was starting to do them brown. I thought, A, there's already quite a lot of brown on this miniature, and B, I want these to look like they're really not healthy trees. So I'm going to go in with a really light grey and almost highlight them as if they're almost as if they're charcoal. Yeah. Ooh, Zelen the Alcoholic says, hi Johnny, just wanted to say thank you for the chill content with streams, and the Oxventure has been good company on late shift in the blood bank and during the writing of my final year dissertation. You're more than welcome, Zelen. Thank you very much for the super chat. And good luck with the dissertation. I did one at university, and I really wish I hadn't, because I was not like I didn't work hard enough at it. But I remember it being a nightmare. Like, it's a lot of work. So I do have a lot of respect for anyone who's currently writing a dissertation, because oh boy, I did not enjoy that. I also saw the nice witch say Capri Sun and a Dairy Dunker is the ultimate snack. Absolutely. Goodness me. Which one, though? Which Dunker? Because for me, I mean, I don't eat them anymore. But the tubes, they're like the little tubey ones. Those are the best ones, if you ask me. The ones with crackers, no. Like, love a Ritz cracker, but not in my Dunker. You know what I mean? Right, okay. Now we need to determine what her sash is going to be. I actually think I'm going to do a little red band around the forehead and then sort of that blue-black for the rest of it, to kind of invert the colours of the dress. Yes, Johnny says the nice witch. I knew you'd be a jumbo tuber. Absolutely. Jumbo tube all day, says Danny Moss. Tom Island says hashtag not in my Dunker. Burrito says, thanks, Johnny. I've been coincidentally sober since the start of 2020, and it has mostly worked for me, though I have enjoyed a drink or two when I'm around people who help me feel good / loved. Yeah, exactly. That's just it, isn't it? Like, you know, if a drink works for you under those circumstances, great. Enjoy one, but don't feel like you have to have one at any other time. Oh, blimey. 3 super chats have come in. Tori Poling says, you are like the Bob Ross of geekdom. Watching you has always had a calming, peaceful effect while studying for my aviation mechanics license. Pissing hell. I have to say, like, hats off to you anyway for studying for an aviation mechanics license. But doing it with me prattling on in the background? Like, I find it hard enough to get shit done with me prattling in the foreground. Like, I am an impediment to learning, I swear. So, honestly, genuinely, thank you for the super chat, but I am so impressed that you can multitask like that, because, username 159 has done another super chat. It says, who else is old enough to remember Capri Sun without a clear bottom? Capri Sun have clear bottoms now? I don't remember them with a clear bottom. So I guess I'm old enough to remember that. Wow, what a fascinating modern age we live in. Scott Perkins says, joined the stream just as my phone rang for work, came back to a wet sloshing. Loves the streams. One day I'll get the energy to paint something. Thank you very much for the super chat, Scott. And honestly, there's no pressure. I know that I'm, painting a model every time on these streams. We've got other people doing other things in the chat, like studying for an aviation mechanics license. But we got people doing cross stitch. We got people drawing. We've also got people doing sweet FA, and that is every bit as valid because, like, this is meant to be a chill out space. It's not meant to be a make something with your hands or else everybody hates you space. Because I've never been in one of those spaces, but they don't seem nice now that I've just invented them. Right. Here we go. Oh, I'm really pleased with how this is coming together. Hey, how long was that? 49 minutes before I said I'm really pleased with how this is coming together. Because, like I said before, like, these miniatures are pretty busy up here. We're definitely doing this guy next, by the way, because he's my favourite sculpt. But, like, there's quite a lot going on up here, and when it's all just sort of... Oh, actually, I've got a second one of these ladies, so I can show you. When it is just... Here she is. It just, like, that looks really scrappy, and, like, the green looks really washed out and stuff, but then with actual colour in there, it starts to pop, and I'm very pleased with how this is coming on, so yippee-ki-yay. Speaking of other crafts, oh, there's another super chat, I missed it, whoops. Josh Haxel, good surname, has done a super chat saying, glad I can finally catch a stream. Nice to have something chill on while on the final stretch of a 72-hour game jam. Again, I am amazed by how somebody can find all of this useful while doing a 72-hour game jam. Josh, I don't know how tired you must be at this point, but hats off to you. It sounds amazing. Don't let us distract you, but if you do have time to talk about what you're working on, if you can, as in if you're allowed to, then I'm sure we'd bloody love to hear it. Emma Benton, you can't remember the last time you had a Capri Sun? Oh. Jack Wood says, I'm regularly unclogging an airbrush because Scale 75 black primer is a bastard. Airbrushes, they're great, and they work brilliantly right up until they don't, which is when they're not great. There was another super chat there. Hang on, just painting this little headband. Yeah, pleased with this. Well done. I can't remember who it was now who said blue-black, but very pleased. Lady of Deception has done another super chat. Thank you very much, saying, I submitted my mechanical systems engineering dissertation on Thursday, now failing to study for my Control Eng exam. Eep. I mean, be kind to yourself. Like, studying is important, but I mean, it doesn't sound like you were slacking off last week. You handed in a dissertation. I was patting myself on the back because I released the first issue of Weird Tales of Adventures today, and that's just something I made up. It doesn't have a bibliography, doesn't have any references, doesn't need them, because it's just something I made up. But I honestly felt like I felt like I'd climbed a fucking mountain. So, yeah, no. Like, be kind to yourself. Have some water. Take a break. There's another super chat from Bob Bob. Bob says, I was having this discussion with friends, so a bit curious. Do you have issues with the sound of your voice or think it's weird? I find my own annoying. So I started making video and presenting on camera in 2008. And at the time, I was like most other people. If I heard my own voice, I was like, "Oh God, is that what I sound like?" Etc. Etc. There are lots of things I'm grateful for from my career, like the whole thing. I'm grateful for that. But one of the weirdest ones is I can listen to the sound of my own voice and it's fine. Obviously, my voice does sound different to me in my own head, but I've now listened to it so much while editing things that I can hear what it sounds like to other people if I concentrate. Like, because you know how your voice sounds deeper in your own head, which I think is something to do with bone resonance. Like, I can tune that bit out and listen to what it's like for other people, or just guess because I've heard it so flipping much. So yeah, actually, it's not so bad, which is a relief. Because yeah, I remember those moments you're like, oh, turn it off, and you can't have that if you're editing hours and hours of your own footage. So there is a point where you just get used to it, thankfully. Although if I'm ever watching something and other people are like, there have been times where people have put a video on that I'm in, you know, like on a telly or something, partly to embarrass me, but partly to be like, look at this, or show people. That makes me want to bend in half and disappear between a crack in the floorboards. That I find very, very difficult, even after all these years. But I think it's because I'm just actually quite an anxious person, which can tend to make me, as counterintuitive as it sounds, given what I do, a little bit shy. So, I don't know. So, you know how I mentioned those roots weren't standing out very much? I'm just going in with a lighter grey mixed with a bit of cream. And I'm going to start picking out some of these details. Let you see how that's standing out a bit better. So, yeah. Will says my voice sounds less deep in my head. Well, you do have a very deep voice, though. So, let's see. Oh, I got a couple of super chats. Artima Bale says, definitely not an impediment to learning. Just got diagnosed with ADHD and I need music/background noise to keep focused, and being here is perfect for it. Oh, that's like, congratulations on the diagnosis. I hear it's actually like, it's extremely tricky, depending on where you are, to get an ADHD like referral and then a diagnosis. So I'm really glad that you got there. and I hope it's illuminated things for you. I know a few people who haven't been diagnosed. Some of them are seeking diagnoses because it's hard to get one. But they've all of them had light bulb moments when they've been reading about what it's like to have ADHD, and they're like, "But I do that. But I do that." Like a whole bunch of people I know are just absolutely convinced that they have it, and they're now just trying to get that either confirmed or disproved. Obviously, they trust in the diagnostic process, but yeah. Well, I'm glad that I can help. In fact, Air of Wildfire has Air of Wildfire has done a super chat saying, "Just got home from work, gonna get out my air dry clay and make some Eid decorations for a friend. See you in about an hour." That sounds amazing. Thank you for the super chat, Air of Wildfire, and have fun with the air dry clay. I don't. What do Eid decorations normally look like? I confess I know absolutely naff all about how people actually decorate for Eid, but I would like to know, because while I do not believe in God, I'm curious about other religions, because obviously they're quite culturally important. Painting a tiny tree trunk, which is just nestled in here. Simply Dave MN says, "Years ago when I got swine flu, my voice briefly became like a movie announcer." Oh, really deep. Like, was it Don LaFontaine? Who was like the movie guy? In a world, etc., etc. Okay. So hopefully the tree trunk is a bit more, stands out a bit more there. I've just done the sides. I'm experimenting at the minute with just doing much bigger highlights than I normally do and going a bit bolder. And I quite like the effect so far. It makes things stand out a bit more. But yeah, that's how that looks. I was going to put brown over this red, but I actually really like how richly this has come out, so I'm not going to. What do I want to do? I want to work on the skin next, I think. Let's do a bit of that. Riley Marie says, "I'm impressed that you can tell what part of the miniature is supposed to be what before there's paint on it." I cheat. Well, yeah, no, I do. I cheat, I guess. Because obviously, approaching it with a brush in hand, that's not the first time I've seen this thing. Like, I assembled this thing, I cut it out from the sprue, like I glued it together, stuck it on the base. I also then took it outside and sprayed it with a spray can. And you'd be amazed by how much spraying something rather than just base plastic shows up the parts of the mini. I haven't got any unprimed models, annoyingly, here. But yeah, like when it's just the bare plastic, it can look really simplistic. And then suddenly when you spray, you're like, oh, I see what all of this is. So basically, like, I've already spent a lot of time staring at this, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Talking of staring at it, obviously I used I said earlier, I used sort of a contrast paint for this skin, which is given lots of lovely different shades of green. But I want to work some other tones in there. I'd love to get some greys in there, actually. So what I'm going to do, here's another paint that's been steadily drying out. Oh no, you're all right. What up, Rakarth Flesh? There's a paint called Rakarth Flesh. You can see it's quite a grey, pallid flesh. So I think I'm going to go in with this. Maybe even add in a bit more grey. And I'm just going to pick out little bits of it to make it look like the flesh is just really necrotic and possibly even wearing thin. So I'm going to try and do it over bones. Like I'm going to hit the... going to go over the shin bone and see what happens there. No idea if this is going to work, but that's part of the fun of painting. Where you just go, no, and you have at it. So, I'll show you here on my thumb. It's quite doesn't stand out brilliantly because I'm very, very white, but it's just a kind of like grim sort of like off flesh. It's like when chicken's gone over, like raw chicken. So Horrifying image, isn't there? Jordan T says, "Hey Johnny, wanted to say thank you to you and to Aoife for your Bloodborne playthrough because it finally convinced me to play, and I've almost gotten to the Orphan of Kos. P.S. Love these chill zones. Nice. That is far into the game. Bloodborne's so good. I do want to replay it at some point. I've restarted it several times, but Jack Wood says, in this house we love and despise Rakarth flesh in equal measure. Preach, Jack. It is a weirdly lumpy paint that doesn't always do what it's told, but when it does, it's magic. There's not enough of it on my brush, though. That's not me saying I can't get enough of it, because like you, sometimes I hate it. Yeah, this works. Yeah. It's almost like reverse highlighting. Okay, it's hard to see, but I put a tiny bit on the calf. I'll just keep going and then you can see. No, that is very hard to show you on camera. But that's quite useful. I'm just trying to break up the green a little bit. And almost do kind of like, yeah. Okay, hang on. I'm going to do the focus here. You might be able to see that there's some Rakarth flesh on that leg. Maybe you can't. It's okay. Rindlewood has done a super chat saying, we message to say thanks for showing Loop Hero. Got it the other day. It's great. Also for recommending Jay Bancroft's Books of Babel on an old DB podcast. Finished all 3 in a week there. Amazing. Oh, amazing. Like, good. I was thinking about those today, actually. I haven't finished the 3rd one. I didn't pick it up, but I'm glad you enjoyed them. I just started reading Gormenghast, finally. I was kind of aware of it for the longest time, and I decided to sort of take the plunge. Bloody great. It's one of those ones where it's like, why didn't I read this years ago? I really like it. The grey is... I'm going to use this grey super sparingly, actually. I like what I've done with this leg, but it doesn't have to be everywhere. Yeah, there we go. See, we're learning. Everybody's learning. I think as a highlight, once this is shaded, I'm going to go in with something really light, actually. Maybe even bung some of the contrast paint into a cream. Gormenghast the movie is so good, says Kim Stones. I'll check it out. Aidan Folks says I read it after watching the BBC series. Will has a friend with a PhD in Gormenghast. That's impressive. Bob has done another super chat saying, why can't the T-Rex clap? Because it's dead. That's my joke for the stream for now. Thank you, Bob. I genuinely enjoyed that one. Why couldn't the T-Rex clap? It was dead. It's my kind of joke. Right, hang on. Get your hands back to your neutral position. That's my return. Now focus. After last week's sort of hastily reassembled stream setup, when Monk was having technical issues, I decided to keep this camera angle because it is just more consistent with the focus, even if you can't see what the tip of my brush is doing. Hopefully people agree it is better. Right. Here's the thing. Do I now... I'm going to shade this. Yes, I am. Thanks, chat. That was very helpful. Thank you for answering my question. My next question is, where is Miagrax Earthshade? Here it is. Bob says the mini's coming along quite nicely. Thank you very much. It also features less nose cam. Yeah, true. Especially since I've got my picture-in-picture cam covering up where my nose comes in. There. Lucy Mama says, what's the difference between the moon and Julius Caesar? Well, the moon is rocky and full of holes, and Julius Caesar is dead. There you go. Okie dokie. Agrax Earthshade. Agrax Earthshade. Agrax Earthshade. Yes, in you go, Agrax Earthshade. Yes! The make look good water. Immediately made all of that stand out more. I'm having a great time. I was having a little bit of a crisis of confidence with my painting recently, actually, because I was a bit like, oh, not sure if I like my style that I've developed, and some things feel messy, and I've not painted anything in a while that's made me go like, yes. But with Curse City, the sculpts are just so much fun that I really want to paint them. And then when I do, I'm like, yeah, I threw paint on it. That's very satisfying. So, Gecko in a Suit says, Earthshade sounds like something organic and fancy they'd sell in Waitrose. Yeah, what would Earthshade be? Earthshade. Right, I'm going to continue to shade this model. Now doing the dress, but I'm going to try, haha, he says, immediately hitting the skin. I'm going to try and avoid hitting the skin. Okay, there we go. Thing about the make look good water is it is very watery, so you can just lift it back off areas of the model if you hit them. And hopefully you can see, like, I mean, look at the bottom of the skirts there. I mean, it's very glossy and it's gathering a little bit too much at the bottom there, but you can see how immediately that adds contrast. It's very handy. I'm thinking about actually shading the skin, but using a different shade. Might give it a go. Oh, yeah. Veronica Magic says Earthshade would either be a really fancy type of potato or a really earthy tasting mushroom. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Lady of Deception has done a super chat with a joke that I don't know if I can read out. I know I'm the arbiter of what I can and can't read out on this stream. I'm gonna leave that one. I'm so sorry, Lady of Deception, but I'm a cishet white man. It feels weird for me to be like, I've got one, you know. So I'm gonna leave that one alone. I'm sorry. Apparently, it's an old classic though. So there you go. Yeah, Will says, yeah, I don't know if it works from a male voice in the same way. Yeah, just my gut says on that one, so I'm gonna trust it. Lady of Deception says that was a priceless reaction. Well, I'm glad you got some value out of it, even though I refused to read your super chat. All's well that ends well. Right, so that's it shaded. Now needs to dry. Okay, but first, I am going to shade that skin. I'm going to try and work in some subtle reds. I'm going to work some, because there are bits in this model, like on the shoulder, where some flesh has come away. I'm going to poke some red into there, and then think about what shade to give it. I do have a green shade, but it's very green. Agrax Earthshade tends to be good. Maybe Reichland Flesh Shade. I'm going to mix and match. Seraphim Sepia. Yeah. We're going to get weird with it. All right, cool. This is fun. I'm having there it is. Having a fun time sort of just deciding how to paint this as we go. It's good. Okay. Although my throat's quite sore. I'm still working on that thing. Because I'm quite comfortable streaming. But when I stream, especially when it's just me talking and reading out chat, I find my... Okay. I just find my throat tightening up. It's weird. So after a couple of hours, my throat tends to hurt. I don't know why I do it. And I'm still working on relaxing myself. Will says, if you paint something with Seraphim Sepia and it doesn't look a bit shit, I'm going to be very impressed. Touche, Will. Touche. Right. It's hard to pick out, but I've done some Wazdaka red, which is a lighter red, into that shoulder wound. And let's see. Okay, cool. ASMR. Now I've cleaned my brush, I've spotted another bit that I want to put some red on, so that's good. Keep a small bottle of slightly salty water nearby and swish it occasionally. It helps me keep my voice from falling apart during virtual teaching, says Brandon Heimbach. Interesting. The thing is, sometimes I'm completely relaxed and I can talk on stream for hours and hours and hours. And then I'm now trying to focus on releasing the tension here. And I feel like my voice is less gravelly. Like it's not so difficult. But then if I just let it go right back, you can almost hear how that closes up and it turns into like a croak. And over the course of hours, that will get worse. It's annoying. I never used to get it. I did. But I used to get it during like big meetings with my boss and stuff. So I guess it means that, I really care about these streams and how I come across in them. But I know that, and I'm going to carry on doing that. So it'd be great if I could carry on caring about these streams without my throat hurting. But it does mean I get a lovely beer in about 45 minutes. Pineapple juice is your friend, Johnny says, call me Kotek. Really? Interesting. I kind of thought fruit juices weren't that handy for voices and stuff. Try some warm tea. You know what? This is interesting. I'm further away from the mic now. That's really interesting. I'm further away from the mic and I'm talking fine. Like, I'm talking more like I talk when I'm doing Presni Chiodini, which doesn't ever hurt my throat. I can record that all day. I think there it is. Look, I'm close to my mic, so I'm being quieter. Yeet! I said yeet. Can I get away with saying yeet? I don't think I can get away with saying yeet. No, I shouldn't say yeet. Anyway, it's AAVE. Okay. How's this? Because that's better for my voice. Hopefully you can still hear me. Can you still hear me? Like, can you hear me okay? Is it bad? Wow. There we go. Anyway, it's fun to learn together, isn't it? This also means that I don't have to be quite so nervous about having music in my ears. Zoe dabbed the other day, you're fine. Okay. You need to keep your back straight, says Ivan Slucky. Alex Lee has done a super chat saying, after a hectic day at work, these streams are perfect for winding down. Thank you. You are more than welcome. I really enjoy them. Good, I sound good. Stephen Paul did a super chat saying trying to control your volume when closer to the mic. You're damn right, Stephen. Eleanor Smith has done a super chat saying, I'm going to DM for the first time soon, and my party consists of a good boy, an evil bird paladin, and character who is secretly planning to betray them both. Any tips for writing for bastards without blowing their cover? Don't make them look like bastards. Make them empathetic. Make them curious about the other characters, and give them space to tell their stories. Because I feel like we had that moment when I told you about X, Y, or Z from my backstory. It's going to be horrible when they eventually get betrayed. That's my tip. The greatest nemesis I ever faced in a role-playing game was somebody like my character used to call brother. They weren't actually brothers, but they worked together so closely, and then they stopped getting on. and I got tortured by the bastard. And I actually killed him. It was great. Onsen Sweemy says, doesn't pineapple have an enzyme that's so acidic that while you're eating pineapple, the pineapple is also eating you? I'm not sure. I have heard that. I'm not sure, but I love the way you phrased that. Eat not too long of the pineapple, lest the pineapple eat also into you. All right. While we're doing it, we're throwing some Seraphim Sepia on this thing and seeing if it looks like shit. Michael Berthelsen says, how horrible, I missed the first hour and 15 minutes. Don't worry, Michael. There's plenty more. There's, 2 hours and 45 minutes left. Okay. It's actually alright, well. Debbie says, hey Johnny, just wanted to say I appreciate your Instagram stories. Your cooking looks great and your honesty about mental health is refreshing. Thank you very much, Debbie. I'm having a lot of fun cooking at the minute because, I try not to bang on about it genuinely, but I've recently gone vegan, so I'm just having a good time cooking things what don't have aminos in it, and it's making it interesting again. So, yeah. Right. Hopefully you can see this. But look, right, see there on the leg? That's a bit of Seraphim Sepia. I've poked some into the face, which actually has really filled out those eye sockets and made it look like one of the aliens from They Live. But we're gonna roll with it. But mottling on some Seraphim Sepia has... Oh god, it looks horrible. Yeah, no, I'm well into this. Should have tried to make a cash bet with you, Will. Lady of Deception says, are you still going to do the red-brown for the dress? No, but I promise you, once we move on to this guy, I'm going to do his trousers in that red-brown. In fact, that will be the first thing I do. Where's the flesh shade gone? Because that's a creepy, weird red. I'm having fun. My throat doesn't hurt so much. Having fun painting a model. Will told me something would look like shit. And it looks okay. The Nice Witch says, I like your Insta stories for the prawn filter. I haven't been a supermarket prawn in a while, but I should go back to that. Will says, yeah, I'm impressed. I just use it wrong time after time. I'm right there with you. I've screwed up some models in the past with some poorly timed Seraphim Sepia. Where did that go? Oh, Nicholas Pilblad says in a super chat, thanks for keeping me company while cooking, smiley face. You're more than welcome. What you cooking? Don't super chat that. Just let me know. Curious. Astrid Johnson, hello Astrid, says I've got some shampoo with pineapple enzymes in it. That sounds great. Somebody asked, here we go. Nordfield said, what made you go vegan? Climate, ethics, diet, all of the above? Not really. I've just fancied doing it. It started with me being very excited about, meat replacement products. I tried some of the bacons and I was like, this fake bacon's amazing. And it just, I wanted to keep trying them. I found I was getting more excited about those than I was about bacon. And my wife's pescatarian, so to be honest, I was cooking vegetarian most of the time anyway in the house. We were sort of eating fish every now and then as well. And then a friend of mine has an amazing podcast called Pocketful of Why, and they are one of the two co-hosts. Their co-host is also vegan, so both of them are vegan is what I'm trying to say. And they talk about it in such a positive way where they're just they just get a kick out of being vegan. And, they don't ever wade in and be like, brr, 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 you're a murderer, yada, yada, yada. I still wear leather, for example. And I'm going to keep wearing leather. I'm not, I'm fine with that bit, to be honest with you. But yeah, it just made me want to try being vegan. And then I went vegan and it's fun. So I was like, I'll give it a go and see how it takes. And I like it. So I'm just going to keep doing it, basically. Ta-da! Josephina Vengerberg says, we're not going to talk mushrooms again, are we? Oh, gosh. Yeah, maybe not too much. Conan Hutchins has done a super chat saying, hi from Japan, Johnny. Just want to say how happy I am for you on starting your new channel. Really loving the content. It's late/early here, so I'll have to catch the rest on VOD. What's blue and fluffy? Blue fluff. And then a snoozy face emoji. Thank you so much, Conan. Yeah, you rest up. We'll see you on the VOD. Once I'm sure you've gone to bed, we'll drop a message to future Conan as well. I hope Japan is treating you well. It's a lovely place, from what little I've seen of it. Yeah. Good night. Aidan Fox says, I'm interested in lab-grown meat. Yeah. I wouldn't be averse to eating it. No. Lady of Deception has done another super chat saying, last one I swear. Gonna get some stuff for dinner, then continue the almost studying, see if anything changes. See you, everyone. See you, Lady of Deception. Oh, and Saul Reed has popped in to do a super chat. Hello, Saul. Saying, just wanted to say a quick thanks. Painting alongside your streams have really opened up my creative side. It hasn't really had a chance to shine for a while. I really appreciate it. More than welcome, Saul. I assume you're still working on the massive, absolutely massive Legend of Zelda canvas that you've been working on. I've sort of seen pictures of it online. It looks great, and you should be very proud. Right, okay. We've shaded this. Let's go back in with this. Huh. Titan Uranus says, my problem with fake bacon is that the leading brand in Sweden is called Fake On, which is an exact homophone to figs. Red, red, red. So, we've shaded this, but I'm going to go back in with the exact same red and tidy it up a bit, because you can probably notice compared to how it was before, it's very dark, and that's useful for the shaded bits, but there are bits of this model that aren't shaded because they're in direct light. So, like, see that little tiny bit of dress there coming through? We want to get that sort of effect across the model. So, Duncan Rhodes, praise him, Too Thin Coats, talks about painting the raised areas and avoiding the recesses. And the minute I started doing this, it really helped me up my painting game. Because, right, there you go again. Hopefully you can see that's sort of standing out a bit more as well. And we're going to use that technique to just build more of a sense of light and shadow into the model. This, to some of you, will be something you already know, but no, I know some people, there are quite a few people actually who watch these without painting themselves. So I just kind of want to demystify some of the bits of it. I know there's a very Duncan Rhodes, praise him, Too Thin Coats, has done a really good video recently about like things he wished he knew when he started painting minis. I might try and do the same thing at some point, just to talk about the stuff I wish I knew, because there are so many techniques that now I've picked them up, I look at my old models and I'm like, that could have looked so much more impressive, or rather it could have looked impressive at all if I just used that technique that I now use as standard. It's funny. Like, learning is fun. Like, I really like the fact that I've been painting models, and I've been doing it, I really like painting, so I've been doing it quite a lot since I started in 2017. And I'm still learning things. Like, over the weekend I had a little breakthrough and felt really good about it. So, yeah. That said, this highlight is going on fine, but it's not actually that stark. So what we are going to do, keep building it in, but then we're going to go back in and mix some of this red with some of that lighter red I mentioned earlier, and do a bit more in a smaller area, but just to really start building up that sense of light and dark. For shits and giggles, really. And also because on this stream, basically I've said to myself, if I spend all 4 hours on just this one miniature, that's fine. I probably won't spend 4 hours on each of the other 9 zombies I have left to do, but if I'm having fun and you're having fun, No reason to change it up. There we go. It's getting a bit more sort of light and darky. Lightish and darkish. Excuse me. Right, now he's probably in bed. Conan Hutchins, hi. Welcome back. Thanks very much to past Conan for the super chat. Hello to present Conan. And I hope future Conan has a lovely day once he's done watching this stream. And I hope he slept well. Oh, this is getting creepy now. If he said I should have if he says I should have a nap, yes, he should. Saul Reed says, right, I'm going to go back to painting. I apologise if I go quiet. Don't apologise. You get your paint on. I'm not typing a thing. I just have the advantage of having my hands free. So, yeah, that's how we're looking. So, I've still got some red on my palette. I'm going to bring in that lighter red. You know, where's that red? And here we go. Lighter red, better highlight. There's me nose! What must my neighbours think? Actually, I've met them. We went for a drink a while ago. I think they think I'm alright. They do know what I do, so they've been warned. Right. So, we've got a lighter red now. I'll show you again on my old thumb. Should be able to see that that is... It doesn't look that different. I'm just going to put it on the model and show you. See that? The stripe there? You know, this is... They call this process layering because oftentimes you just have to keep at it and just keep doing layer upon layer upon layer, but it is worth it to get a real sense of like light and shadow on the model. And it's something I've really enjoyed playing around with recently to try and kind of make my models feel a bit more dynamic and stand out and look less flat. You're really realising I need to put the mic over there has been such a revelation for my voice. Good news! Do-do-do. 5:30. Might call that break that I normally call around 6 a little earlier actually, because I forgot to grab my usual water bottle. I finished my iced coffee just before the stream, so all I have to drink is dirty ice water. Yeah, that's nice. I might go to the fridge. Yeah, let's have a quick break because now I'm distracted, my brush strokes are getting careless. And that's not good. It doesn't look like, it's not super obvious what I've done, and it doesn't look, you know, earth-shatteringly different. But for the standard I'm going for this, which is they look nice on the table, but they're not the best thing I've ever painted because there's 60 models in this set and I want to get through them. I'm quite pleased with it. So, alright everybody, just going to paint last little bits on here. Here's how she looks currently. We are going to take about a 10-minute break. So, going to switch over to a picture of Watson and some soothing saxophone heavy jazz. I'm going to go wet my whistle and then I'll come back. So yeah, make sure that you are hydrated, Do you take medication? Have you taken your medication today? I haven't taken my medication today. I'm going to go take my medication. But yeah, do what you need to do. See you in 10 minutes. Get comfy, and we'll do more of the painting stream that you've been watching already. See you in a bit. Was that 10 minutes? I think it was 10 minutes. Pretty sure that was 10 minutes. Why isn't that focusing? Focus! Yeah, there we go. Hello everybody. What did I miss? What did you get up to? I went to the toilet. And I also readied the fridge for a beer. But also my wife announced that she was going to make some strawberry whiskey sours. So I've got one of those coming, which is great. And you shall hear no complaints from me. So, let's get back to painting this zombie lady. Oh, I don't know if you can hear that in the background, but that's a very good sound. Let's go back to this. Ah! Riley Marie says I took my meds. I didn't. I'll be right back. God damn it. Good, fine, done. It's important. It's important. What a great start to the second half. So, we're still layering up this dress. I've actually added a little bit of cream paint to the blender we were already working with. You can see it is even, it's a bit brighter even. The cat's going off on one for some reason, I don't know why. And we're just going to keep layering up this here ball gown, what the lady's wearing. The idea is as you go for lighter shades, you do a smaller highlight with each, so you paint a smaller area to kind of really try and build up the, what do you call it, sense of like depth. So like there, you've got in that little bit. Do you eat your meds with water or just down the hatch it goes? I treat myself to a little bit of water while I'm taking my medication. How about you all? I can take them dry, but I also take a multivitamin, which is huge. And trying to take that without water is a bad time. So there we go. Continuing to build up the colours on the dress. Bit of work on the sleeve there. Let's do the headband. Ooh! Shit! Great, that's good. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. That's very bad. Water-based acrylics. Water-based acrylics in my lap. Well, hopefully that'll wash out. Because I've now got a pinkish stain on my crotch. So that's good. Don't know if you can hear Luna screaming for some reason. I genuinely don't know why. This has been a chaotic few minutes, hasn't it? I really like these jeans as well. You now have painting trousers. I do check a beard. All of my trousers are painting trousers, but it is quite a sizable crotch splotch, I guess you'd call that. But oh well. Right. I think that's about as far as I want to take that sort of layering. I'll do a final highlight on this dress, but for the time being, let's focus on the other parts of the model again. Luna was trying to warn you. Yeah, fair. At least it's not a white splotch, very good. Cam Jack says I chose a great time to jump back into the stream after doing a bit of classwork. Shit was all I heard. Same Johnny, same. Yep. Oh well. Ooh. Oh my god. You know what? Don't even care about my trousers now. Wow. It was delicious. And also the classiest thing I have ever drunk on a live stream. Yeah, damn right that looks amazing. The benefits of a partner who used to work in a cocktail bar and enjoys making cocktails. Right. Now you remember that sort of tree stumpy stuff earlier? I'm going to go back to that. The roots. And again, you can sort of see here, I'm just going to be careful in which bits I pick out. So I don't want the whole thing to be this sort of greyish white, but I do want these roots to look A, unnatural, and B, sort of prominent-ish. So I'm sort of just trying to pick out the more gnarled bits and also the tips. Behave yourselves. Sir. Ooh, is that a super chat? Yes, it is. Furry Weaver has done a super chat saying, thank you for these streams. Gives me something to look forward to on Monday mornings. Loving the chill vibe as I analyse data in the background. You are more than welcome. I hope that data behaves itself and surrenders its secrets. Can you tell I know absolutely nothing about data analysis? Okay, so those are the roots. They're kind of like, they're meant to look quite ashen. And there is this little tree stump, where's it gone? There, which is where the root's meant to be coming from. So I'm going to start highlighting that. Will Johnny start washing his brushes in his cocktail? It's entirely possible because this is what my paint water looks like. It's also quite red. So this, by the way, it's an old jar from this chili sauce with cowpea, which is one of the most delicious things I've ever eaten. If you see this in shops, buy it, eat it. It's great. It's not a sponsorship, but it is delicious. Just because you're that sort of pedant, those data. Thank you, Will. Yes, I hope those data, of course, I hope that datum is behaving. I hope those data are behaving. God, that poses all sorts of questions about data from Star Trek Next Generation, doesn't it? Is data really a plurality? It's basically wrestling with Excel until it does my bidding, says Theory Weaver. Fair enough. All right. Yes, the tree stump. I'm going to switch to a smaller brush. Because we need one. Stephen Paul has... oh, yeah. Stephen Paul is on a super chat saying, oh Johnny, you meant to ask this earlier. Any thoughts on doing the Control DLC? I'm 2 trophies from base game Plat and the DLCs are quite fun. I've had a few people asking me if I'm going to do the DLCs for Control. Currently I don't really plan to, because I want to do kind of the I want to do the base game and then move on to something new. Maybe in a future series, if people really want it, then I'll come back and do it more. But the idea with Press Any Chiodini is that I don't mean to be sort of completionist about it. So I don't want to sort of just end up with one game where we're like, welcome to episode 84 of Control, or, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2, or what have you. I want to keep things relatively fresh and keep changing things up. So never say never, but in terms of this series, I'm going to be stopping after the base game. There you go, it's done the tree trunk a bit. I'm going to do the top of it a little bit. There we go. It's so unsubtle, isn't it? Especially with a close-up cam. Josh Warriad says, I'm sure I asked this on a previous stream, but my memory is terrible, so sorry, but when is the first episode of Press Any Chiodini coming out? The first episode of Press Any Chiodini is going public on the channel this Saturday, which is the 1st of May. So yeah, because each episode is has a month's exclusivity with Patreon. So they've just seen episode 4. No, wait, yes, they've just seen episode 4. And just to keep things nice and simple, it'll be the 1st of May. It goes out, and then it will continue from there. So yeah, hopefully everyone will enjoy it. It's a really fun series. Like, I'm having a lot of fun with it. It is a giggle. Now, is this red darker than that red? Yes, it is. That's interesting, isn't it? Okay, well, that's fine. What happens if I just do that, though? Yeah, that's vibrant, isn't it? Okay. Just going to do an edge highlight, sort of a final highlight, really, on this cloth. Because, like I say, I've sort of taken it as far as I want to go in terms of layering. The thing about layering is you can just do it like you can put down as many layers as you want. You can do as much work on it as you like, but there comes a point where you just have to say, like, that'll do. I'm going to call this done. So I'm calling this cloth done apart from this final little highlight. Just going to do the whole lot and then show you. I think that looks alright. Encouraging words, isn't it? Aren't they, rather? Feel that. Yeah, I'm reasonably happy with that. That's the dress done. On that side, anyway. I should do this side. Oh, I already did this side. Yes, I did. And do a tiny bit more. And then this lady's nearly done. Yeah. Yeah. Good times. Onsen Sweeney says, I love your shirt, by the way, Johnny. Thank you very much. This was a gift from my wife when I joined Eurogamer, actually. It says, Gaming's Feminist Illuminati. Somebody in a shop today told me it was rad, actually. So it's been a good day for my torso. Checkerbeard says, oh bugger, May's coming. That means I have to be up about 3:30 on Saturday. Why? What is it about the month of May? Burrito has done another super chat. Thank you very much. Saying, hello again, Johnny. Few more curious questions. Did you attend university? And if so, what did you study? And do you like to read? And if so, what sort of stuff? Thank you for being you. I did English literature and language. I specialised in medieval literature. So I did a lot of Old English, like Beowulf and stuff like that. A lot of Middle English, although, frankly, fuck Chaucer. The Canterbury Tales are rubbish. And, yeah, I love to read. I read a lot of fantasy. Just because, like, I find it an interesting genre, and there's good sort of crossover with the work I like to do with RPGs, but I like reading all sorts. Like, I read... what else do I read? I read just sort of like general fiction, some non-fiction, not too much. Some literary fiction. Just sort of bimble around a bit and sort of read what takes my fancy. I've started asking people a lot about book recommendations. I've got a friend who we just trade books. Like, a lot of the time it's just like, I'm sending you a book, so I'll read it, and it's just fun to then sort of talk about them. It's not really a book club, but it is just like, we just sling books at one another, and it's really rewarding, actually. So increasingly I've tried to just read what other people recommend, and also just read more broadly in terms of, like, just not reading white male authors all the time, reading more books by women, reading more books by, you know, African and Asian authors, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's good fun. What did I most recently finish? I finished Rosewater, which is kind of like almost like a sci-fi-esque. Nearly washed my brush in the whiskey sour. It's sort of sci-fi. It's the start of a trilogy about sort of like somebody who's a psychic or a sensitive, as they're called, living and working in Nigeria and sort of working for a government agency that isn't quite the Men in Black, but isn't a million miles distant. Am I done? I think I'm done with this. I'm quite happy with that. I'm going to do a final highlight on that little skull that's on the railing, but all in all, I'm pleased with how this has come out, and I don't want to kind of keep going for the sake of it. Steve Anderson says, nothing is working for me today, so I'm saying screw it and giving up for the day. Is it wrong if it's only 10 a.m? No. Frankly, you should feel good that you made that decision and kind of saw that today was a write-off as early as you did. Like, if the day's going badly and you need to take steps to make sure that tomorrow isn't awful, do it. Take those steps, and good on you, frankly, for doing so. So says I. That is an excessive highlight. Pull that back a little. Yeah, that works. Yeah. I'm going to call this particular zombie done. I'm now officially 1/10 of the way through the Cursed City zombies. There she is. Quite pleased with that. Oof. Right. Excuse me. And then we do it all again. Joshua Palmer says, did you say you're drinking a whiskey sour? I'm not just drinking a whiskey sour, my friend. This is a strawberry whiskey sour that my wife made because she decided we should have strawberry whiskey sours. Which is great. I'm going to eat the strawberry. Ow. All right. What's next? We said we were going to move on to this guy. This guy's my favourite sculpt from the lot. It's largely shirtless, but I just love how he's encased in all of these grasping roots. I think they're amazing. It's also got this crow, who, it's hard to tell here, has an eyeball in its beak. So I look forward to working on that. But yeah, we're going to crack on. And I said earlier, I was going to use this colour on it, sort of a reddish brown, to get started on his trousers. So I will. Also, I'm going to swap brushes again. Because I'm trying to train myself. I used to paint models solely with like this brush. Like the whole thing, start to finish. Didn't matter how big it was, I would just use this brush. Because I liked the sense of control. But also it just meant that I was taking forever to do big areas. And actually, I couldn't get smooth layers because I was... Look how much bigger that brush is. Just wasn't putting as much paint on in smooth strokes. So Simply Dave Omen says, bet that Minnie's voice is strained in that position. I agree. Right. This is fun. I can't believe this is my job. I'm having a lot of fun. Last week was an anxious one. I think I was really nervous about getting Weird Tales of Adventure out on time. Because it was the first one, and it's big. Like, the doc, including the rules, is like 10,000 words. So, like, I was worried about it, but now it's out there. Just back to having the absolute best time with the Patreon. And I've already got loads of work done on the next issue, so I don't think it's going to be that... It's not going to feel like... It's not going to be that nerve-wracking again, is my thought. My hope, anyway. So we'll see. But yeah. Anyway... I'm having a great time. Let's not focus on how last week was hard. Let's focus on how I'm having a fucking great time right now. Googly-eyed skull, hello. He says danning up. There we go. Using a bigger brush. It's danning up, all right. I was saying earlier, Monk, how I've been sort of following just some little tidbits you dropped in, like my wet palette could have been wetter, is now. Really like it. Brush could have been bigger. Danned up, like it. Been a good time to be doing a paint. Also, the Friday night was really fun, apart from when it got really cold. was a bit of a careless brushstroke, but you know what? It's a zombie. It's going to be a weird question out of the blue, but in Scooby-Doo, does Shaggy wear brown trousers like this? Because suddenly I'm starting to feel like this guy is just like is going to leap out of the ground and yell zoinks. Zoinks. The Pool is Abstract has done a super chat saying, thank you for the chill painting vibes. Have you come across the sci-fi horror RPG Nibiru? I'm currently playing in a campaign and I've been loving it. No, I haven't heard of it. I would love to know more. It sounds interesting. Yes, he does. Shaggy has those bell bottoms. Yeah. He wears brown. That Casual Dragon says, I believe he does traditionally wear brown corduroy. There you go, everyone. Shaggy is now officially in Warhammer Cursed City. Welcome aboard, Shaggy. I'm sorry that you died. Or are you in disguise? Are we going to pull off this guy's head to find that an irritating stoner is underneath? Spoilers, no we aren't. I've built this miniature myself and there's no second head underneath. I used to watch a lot of Scooby-Doo as a kid, and like a lot of the shows I used to watch as a kid, I don't think I enjoyed it. I just watched it because it was what I did. Like, it was on, so I watched it, and then I watched it because I watch it when it's on. Do you ever do that as a kid, where you just do something because it's what you do? Like, some of my earliest memories are of me going to nursery, and I would always start off by playing with Play-Doh. And I remember thinking about this as a child and rationalising it. I was like, why do I always go and play with Play-Doh? There are other things I like doing more. And I remember thinking to myself, I play with Play-Doh because it's what I do when I first go to nursery. That's the first thing I do. It's fucking weird. But anyway, it means that I've watched more Scooby-Doo than I really want to. Please tell me there isn't a Great Dane mini in that box. Trezen, as far as I'm aware, there is no Great Dane miniature. Although there is kind of like a weird bat, furry, like hybrid human thing, which I guess I could paint up like Scoob. I don't want to, but I'm sorely tempted now. This guy's trousers have a lot more holes in them than that dress did, and I keep not realising and painting over bits. He said, doing it again. It's fine, we can go back in and fix it. Like I said, I spent a lot of the weekend fiddling about with contrast paints, and they're good fun, but shit. Can't remember who said it last week, but they said that basically, it might have been Monk actually, that contrast paints are just like turbo shades. And since I started thinking about that, like, I'm getting on with them a lot better because I'm just using them like just in the way I want, rather than being like, oh, this is meant to give a complete coat, so I'll just contrast it and it will be done. It's like, nah, keep doing things if you want to. So what I'm saying in a very long-winded way is like, I've covered over a bunch of bits that should be green here, but if I just go back in with some cream paint and then dab in some of the contrast paint, job will be a good one. Scooby-Doo gang in the 41st millennium. Oh shit! I swear I saw somebody paint up a Warhammer vehicle like the Mystery Machine. I think. The Scooby Apocalypse comics are good, says Brandon Heimbach. Well, what? Bin Wizard says, "What's your base color here? I really like that green. This is just a white base spray, and then I used contrast paint. It is, don't know where it's gone, but it's Plague Bearer Flesh, which is handy. Ooh, the Pool is Abstracts has done a super chat saying Nibiru is awesome. Throughout the game, player characters uncover memories from their past lives, which offers mechanical bonuses and penalties. And I'm about to drink my paint water. And the world is inspired by Assyrian culture. Yes, please. I'm going to write this down. A pen. Nibiru. Thank you very much. I'll have a look. Debbie says, it's 1 a.m. here, so I better try and sleep. Sad, skelly noise. Please don't forget to give Boss a like spike. Johnny deserves it. Good night, Debbie. Thank you very much for watching. Right. That trouser base coat is fine. There's quite a lot of browns in there. Gang, we're going to mash some red into that brown and do it again. More red the brown. Yeah. Here we go. You'll be whatever colour I tell you to be. Trousers. Yeah, that's better. You see the difference there? From that leg to that leg? Don't know how clearly it comes across over stream, but... Ooh. What else is chat saying? There are 387 of you watching right now. Hello to each and every one of you. We've once again reached that point in the stream. I'm trying not to mess up the painting. So I'm finding it hard to make words with my mouth. Alright, those trousers are almost the same colour, but not quite. Trey's Ernest on a super chat saying, speaking of crossovers, once saw a woman cosplaying as Harley Quinn if she were a 40k Space Marine the first time I went to UK Games Expo. It was really impressive and I was glad they had high doors. Sounds great. I know that Harlequins are like a faction in 40k, aren't they? I don't know loads about 40k, but I know they exist. But like a Harley Quinn, like Batman crossover, it sounds wicked. Right, where do we go from this bit? Is that metal? It just isn't metal, is it, that bit? Okay, alright, we're going back to some browns. Should that all be wood? I wonder. So I'm looking at this bit here. I've decided, I painted that metal because I was like, well, that looks like it's metal and wood wouldn't support that, but I just feel like that ought to be wood, so I might do all of this wood apart from this skull. Yeah, let's do that. Which means we're going to try and get a little bit more out of my Ailing Mournfang Brown before I then find whatever the equivalent shade is in Vallejo and buy that, because it comes in a fucking dropper bottle. Okay. I'll tell you what, we'll also do the mud around the bottom here while we're at it. Has anyone started watching Shadow and Bone on Netflix? I realised it's live now. And I'm kind of interested to know what people think of it, because the books, it's based on some books by Leigh Bardugo, who's a great author. I read, she has a book called Ninth House, which is a lot, but also wonderful. It's fucking great fantasy. But Shadow and Bone is based off sort of a series which is called the Grishaverse. I read the first of, I think, the trilogy, and I enjoyed it, but I didn't like the ending, and like, I don't know, I didn't really feel like I wanted to carry on. And then set in the same universe, there are a couple of different books called, there's like a book called Six of Crows, and the main character from that is in the Netflix series, so I think they've kind of mashed all the books together. And I wonder if it's sort of worth a watch, because I did like Six of Crows. It's got a very sort of The Lies of Locke Lamora vibe about it, and I was intrigued. But Brian Shiner just started last night. Will says, yeah, I have, and apparently it's got a bunch of anti-Asian slurs in the first 2 episodes, which is fun. Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not then. Yeah. Titan Uranus says the show's got a really based on books aesthetic. Yes, it has. But also, there's like there's a very sort of, there's a weird caste system to society in these books, and Grishas, I think, have magical powers, which is why they're sort of a different bracket upper class. Which doesn't sit brilliantly with the protagonist, and shouldn't sit brilliantly with, viewers, obviously, or readers rather. But yeah, it doesn't. I watched a teaser for it, and I was like, "Wow, they're Grisha, they're Grisha, they're Grisha," and it's very easy to pick it out. Like, they've done a good job of translating that into wardrobe, even if the politics of the world are a bit like. Josephina Vengerberg says Lee Bardugo wrote a book of fairy tales called The Language of Thorns. The one I've read, and it's beautifully illustrated. Interesting. Ninth House really is astounding, I have to say. But yeah. Too Cool for Cape says I haven't watched it, but my friend has, and she's really disappointed with the level of racism. Well, fuck that then. Like, I get that there are fantasy worlds that have racism in them, and like that it can be, people can find it fertile storytelling ground and all that kind of stuff, but like, I don't really feel much of an inclination to sort of exposing myself to it as part of my leisure time. Seagreen42 has done a super chat saying, "Hey Johnny, in appreciation for Time Team," you're goddamn right, Seagreen42. "Hey Johnny, in appreciation for Time Team, I have a book and music recommendation. Riria novels, Riya, Riria novels by Michael J. Sullivan and musician Colm McGuinness." Interesting, thank you. I will check those out. Sorry, I was just staring at this miniature again. Okay. Let's get the old Dryad bark out. Hello, sweetheart. Oh, excuse me. Running out of areas on my wet palette that don't already have paint on them. Stephen Paul's done a super chat saying, "Johnny, ever thought of Let's Playing The Witcher 3? It's a super reasonable length, lol." Just kidding. What are your thoughts on the series, TV show? I really enjoyed the Netflix Witcher series. Thought it was like super evocative. And I thought Cavill was a very good Geralt. I hated the Toss the Coin to Your Witcher song. Absolutely hated it. And I was so glad when people stopped talking about it constantly, because I thought it was dire. But generally speaking, it was a great series. Can't wait to see more. No spoilers, but there's a character in the first episode who dies. If you know who it is, don't say in the chat, because no spoilers. And I was really irritated because I thought they were absolutely fantastic. And I was like, what an absolutely brilliant character. I can't wait to see how their story unfolds. And I thought the performance by the person in question was excellent, like phenomenal. And then they weren't in it anymore, and I thought, oh, that's a shame. "Did you hear the metal cover version? It's my alarm," says Stephen Paul. No, I didn't. I was aggressively avoiding any and all versions of Toss a Coin to Your Witcher. Alyssa, yes, you are correct about the character that I am talking about. Yeah, wanted more of them. Josephina Vengerberg says, can't stand the show but love the books. Yeah. I know it's kind of it's proved a bit Marmite with sort of people who are really immersed in the Witcher lore and stuff like that. I've read some of the books. I've read the sort of the short stories. Then I read the first novel. And then I stopped after that. I was like, it's fine. I've sort of gone as far as I want to in this series. But I think it's super interesting. Yeah, good times. Emma Benton, yes, we are talking about the Witcher series on Netflix. Will says, more like complete toss a coin to your Witcher, am I right? Yes, Will. Yes, you are. Jack Wood says, toss a coin to your Witcher is what happens when you get a pop writer trying to write a folk song. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's just like, shut up. Well articulated, Johnny. That was a really well-reasoned argument against that popular song. Any road. I mean, folk songs are hard, I think. Like, to come up with a melody and sort of a lyrical style that feels like it's existed for ages. Like, that's hard. I think Stan Rogers was an amazing example. He's a Canadian musician. He did a lot of like sea shanties and stuff. He could write a folk song that would feel like it was hundreds of years old, but it wasn't. It was completely, like yeah, it was great. Like what's it called? Barrett's Privateers. Like people have lied in the past and been like, oh, this song's actually from the 18th century and originally said it was Edinburgh, not I wish I was in Sherbrooke. But yeah, I think it's genuinely very, very hard to write a folk song that feels like an actual authentic folk song and not a pop song. So I get it, but also like no, just not a fan. I'll shut up about it now. Just in the same way I wish Twitter had shut up about it at the time. Love to spend time repainting bits I already painted because I decided to change the colours. It's good fun. I think I was really worried about there being too much brown on this model, but I'm actually not that worried, as evidenced by the brown clothes on his lower body. Nearly. Rains of Castamere is a better song, says Minna L. Rains of Castamere is a good song. That's just, it's just a really like sinister melody, and I actually think that was a song. Right. So the thing is, I also hated the scene where it was like, no, here's the song. It's a bit kind to reach. I hated that. Whereas like obviously the Rains of Castamere, you know roughly what the song is. You sort of hear it, and then obviously it's used in such an enormous, unexpected part of the story that it takes on iconic status just by inference, I think. So interesting. Darth Monk has done a super chat saying beard appreciation, toss a coin to your whisker. Thank you very much for the super chat. I didn't want to like that joke, but I did. Checkerbeard says Stan Rogers was phenomenal. He was 27 when he wrote Barrett's Privateers. I did not know that. Also, his son Nathan sounds just like him. It's uncanny watching him. I didn't know he had a son either. No, he died like tragically young. He was like 32. He was on a plane which caught fire, I think, and on the tarmac, he died of smoke inhalation, which is disgusting. because he's just an incredible musician, but, you know. Will says that Rains of Castamere should have been Red Wedding by the Bled. That would have been a different mood. Well, that was... wow, that really tickled me. And also, like, yes, please, welcome back 2005/2004. I saw the Bled touring that album, playing Brixton. I thought they were bloody great. Oh, that tickled me. That got me really good. Sorry if you can hear a dog barking distantly in the background, by the way. It's not Watson. Our neighbour's dog has quite bad separation anxiety, I think, so they're trying to train her out of it. So that would be what that is. She's a very sweet puppy who Watson doesn't love. She's in that period where she's just telling off puppies for being too energetic near her, because how very dare they? But yeah. You know what? I also think people were right about me needing to change my posture. Swordross the Palindrome says, what movie or TV soundtracks do you like beside Highlander and Transformers? The Transformers 1986 movie soundtrack is absolutely incredible. What else? I mean, anything by Ennio Morricone, it's like incredible. I'm trying to think if there are any movie soundtracks I really listen to. Not really. When I was writing the first issue of Weird Tales of Adventure, I listened a lot to the soundtrack of AMC's The Terror, which is one of the best things I've ever seen on television, and the soundtrack to Master and Commander. Those helped. So, yeah. But it's weird. There are a lot of soundtracks that now mean different things to me because of using them in role-playing games. Like the Last of Us soundtrack, I've used in a lot of playlists because it's just brilliant. And it means, when I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's the soundtrack to role-playing, not it's the soundtrack to The Last of Us, which is fun. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I dread super chats like this. I'm going to come back to yours, Dream Club. I'm going to do Air of Wildfires first. I don't dread this. Air of Wildfires on a super chat saying, I'm making stars and crescents to hang as a kind of mobile and some lettering that I've painted in Retributor armour and is going to have a blue ombre. That sounds amazing. Ooh, Twin Peaks, says Jack Wood. That is a good soundtrack. Painted the lettering in Retributor armour, which is like super gold, right? It's going to have a blue ombre. That's going to look amazing. Right. Dream Club has done a super chat saying, just a fun challenge. How many of your Oxventure NPCs do you remember by heart? No judgment, I keep forgetting all mine. Somebody keep count. And I'll go for 5 minutes. And I think I'm going to embarrass myself because I'm bad at this. So, let's go now. Alfred Strangetide, obviously. Binbag the Wizard. Jacques Darkfall, he was a villain. Liliana. Dob's sister is called Suzette. Katie Pearlhead, his real name, I think, is Katie Delacour. Iron, the Kuatoa, who got smacked on the head. I'm struggling already. Bob. Well, he's not really an NPC. That's just someone who got a psychic message from Dob, isn't it? Oh my god, this is hard. Panniers. Panniers too. Seal Gaiman, whose original name was Victor something. That was a huge chunk of strawberry. Captain Chattershield. Max. I thought it was going to do better than this. Jack Craxon. Curly Joe. Oh God, what was the decapitated guy who was Prudence's former mentor. M. Chanel. This is so hard. Because I can remember them, just not their names. It's only been 2 minutes as well. Oh, this is horrifying. This is the stuff nightmares are made of. Okay, come on, more Oxventurers, NPCs, Oxventure NPCs. Oh shit! What were the guys called? Chat and Davey. I'm trying not to look at the chat because I know people are going to be posting names in there. Oh God, what was Merylwyn's childhood friend called? Something like Ashlyn or something. I can't remember. This is horrible. Oh my God, this is hard. I'm running. You know when you're thinking so hard that your brain goes completely dead? I think I'm going to have to give up. Yeah, I'm going to give up. I don't know how many that was, but... Lady Fiange. Oh, Flannery! Oh, shit. Of course, Flannery. Charles Fauntleroy struck with Colquhoun at your service, etc. Mr. Mayweather. Oh, Wolfgang. Shed. I was trying to remember Shed. Oh, Bismuth. And Bromine. Does he get plus 50 just for saying the lads, or does he have to name them all? God damn it. The skeletons. That was difficult. What was the Chandler called again? Oh, don't. I've blocked that session from my memory. Release the Chandler cut indeed. Oh, Rust on the Harbour. Ethelfrith. Wow. God damn it. I did get Chauncey. Did I get Chauncey? I don't know if I got Chauncey. Oh, Chauncey. I did say Max, that casual dragon. Oh, well. It's terrifying. After so long, the Oxventure's such a groaning mass of lore. Terrifying. Rust is a PC. Rust is a PC, actually, yeah. Well argued, Brian. I do love Rust on that Harbour, though. What am I doing? So we've done that bit. That will shade up all right. Dave Darking has done a super chat saying, "Evening, Chief. Thanks for the chill. Never got to say it at the time, but thank you, as I really enjoyed Aoife and your playthroughs. Sex couple will always bring a smile. Be well, fella and lovelies." Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you for the Bloodborne appreciation as well. Honestly, happiest times at Eurogamer and Gamer Network in general were spent on that sofa just talking absolute nonsense with Aoife. Just incredible. Like, was just routinely having the time of my life. Like, couldn't ask for a better colleague or just a more fun person to sit next to on a sofa and just talk shit with. It's great. There we go. Andy forgave me an amazing bottle of whiskey when I left Eurogamer, and I've still not finished it, which for me is impressive. Lasted longer than my employment at Dicebreaker. Does the adoptive father of Prudence have a name, says Ivan Slucky? Yeah, I can't remember, but yes. Riley Marie says, "Will you play the new Life is Strange with Aoife?" I get this question a lot. Regrettably not. Simply because the logistics of us getting together and recording a whole series are just difficult. Thomas Tomasi says, "No love for Ian," shaking my head. Of course there's love for Ian. But I didn't sit on the sofa as much with Ian. I also love Bratters. Just because I didn't mention him doesn't mean I don't love him. But I didn't play Bloodborne with him. Played Dark Souls with him for Late to the Party. But anyway. Yeah, sorry about it, Riley. We are going to try and do something as a kind of like a fun crossover. But we just simply, we don't work for the same place anymore. and it's an enormous commitment for us to both be sort of doing it, and just various logistical reasons. So, don't say who when I say Chris Pratt. He's a delightful person, and I know that some of you people saying who are members of his community from People Make Games, which is a great thing on the internet and on Patreon. Check it out. It's wonderful. Although obviously if it came down to whether to continue supporting me or Chris, I'm joking. Right. I've put some very, very obvious green on there, and I hate it. But I'm going to layer it up, so it's alright to hate it right now. Real talk, whenever someone says cracking, I hear you and Bratters mouthing off about crack on the noble, says Will. God, that Shadow of Mordor playthrough was so much fun. And my God, did I ever cancel a follow-up series so hard as when I played Shadow of War for review. I played it and was like, we can't do the Shadow of War playthrough. I don't want to. I hate it. So, yeah, that's why that didn't happen, if anyone was ever wondering. Any chance of a stream with Chris at some point, says Moddy Do. Never say never. Like, I absolutely love him. I'm sure, yeah, I'll definitely ask him if he fancies it. Okay. Right. Would absolutely love a Life is Strange 3 playthrough, whether it's on your own or with Aoife, says Onsen Swimmy. I mean, the good news is that since Aoife and I aren't doing a playthrough together, you're almost certainly going to get 2 playthroughs, because I'm definitely going to be... sorry, Will made me laugh again. Definitely going to be playing it, and I know Aoife will be, so, like, you will see us both playing Life is Strange 3, just not together, so... Will said Shadow of War was marred by being shitehouse, yeah. Yeah. It was. Wow. Saul Reed has such strong opinions about Shadow of War that he stopped painting and came back to chat to say Shadow of War was fucking awful. Awful. I really wanted to like it. And you know what? In the early hours, I was like, oh yeah, it's the Nemesis system. It's very good. It's been expanded. I like it. Num num num. Delicious. And then the story was such unmitigated bunk that it put me off the whole game. By the end of it, I was just miserable. Oh, Titan Uranian says, you never played the release version of They Are Billions. I didn't. Although I was talking about They Are Billions the other day. Because my friend, it was his birthday, so we farted around playing some games online, including Rise of Nations. And we were talking about how real-time strategy games are a lot. And one of my friends was like, oh, I wish you could pause and build during the pause menu. And I was like, have you heard of They Are Billions? Yeah, it was a great game. I'd happily reinstall that and go in for another bash. Could I do it for 4 hours? I could try. Might do a bit of They Are Billions on stream. Why not? I mean, if I can daub paint onto bits of plastic for 4 hours, I can probably stream a video game for 4 hours. He says. Onsen Sweeney says, happy to hear. It's kind of silly, but the original Life is Strange playthroughs meant a lot to me. It meant a lot to me as well, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, like, they were great fun to record. And we had a real giggle, but also, those games are a lot. They're involved, and we talked a lot about the issues in them, and we kind of agonised over some of the decisions. Yeah, it was they ended up meaning a lot to me too. And then I cried in front of the creative director of Before the Storm, which was fine. In fairness, we were playing episode 1 of Before the Storm together, and there was that scene which always makes me cry. And we got to it, and I cried again, and he was delighted, so it wasn't a weird moment. It wasn't too weird of a moment, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Okie dokie. Alright, done the candles, done the bell. Let's start painting a crow. Uh-oh, I tangled up my headphones in the wheel. Adam Marshall says that's got to be a badge or something for a creative director. No? I mean, hopefully. I hope it meant something to him that I cried real human tears in front of him over his game. Video games don't make me cry. Films and telly? Oh yeah, video games. Not often. Right, hang on. Trey Zen has done a super chat saying, weirdly, one of the big problems a lot of people have with the story, shapeshifting and Shelob, is the only reason this arachnophobe could get through the early parts of Shadow of War. Oh boy, shapeshifting sexy Shelob. That was a lot, wasn't it? I'm glad you got through the early parts of Shadow of War though, Trezen. Or am I? Should I be sorry that you got through them because that game was awful? I don't know. James Evans, here we go, has done a super chat saying, Johnny, have you commented yet on the, and then there are some asterisks and then dash show, I'm assuming that shit show, that is Games Workshop's handling of Curse City, or is all the price scalping of it on eBay. I talked about it a little bit earlier because I don't really know what caused the shortage, but it feels like Games Workshop ended up with far fewer copies of Curse City available than they anticipated. I genuinely, sincerely hope they get that sorted and that it can go out on general release because they hyped that game up for months. And the sculpts are great, and it's a product people want, and they can't get hold of it, which of course, as you said in your super chat, means that people are scalping, and the prices on eBay are so gougy, it's deplorable. It's really grim how so many people just live off of just getting in and just weaponizing other people's enthusiasm for a product. There is a part of me that's you look at prices for PlayStation 5s on eBay and it's like, oh man, it's like 800 quid. Do I want a PS5 enough that I would pay £800 for it, knowing that is considerably more than I'm meant to be paying for it? Personally, no, I wouldn't. And there is a part of me that's like, just don't pay the scalpers, please don't do it. But they make their job of basically holding people to ransom. They're like, well, this thing that you really want, I mean, it's not available anywhere else, and it doesn't look like it's coming back into stock anytime soon, but you still want it, right? It's horrible. It's a really grim way of doing business. I don't really know how those people sleep at night, but it's fucking horrible. So I hope Games Workshop starts talking about what happened, because I certainly don't think they intended for this scarcity. And I hope they are able to talk about it soon, because then it might mean that people are comfortable with waiting for a second print run if there is going to be one. And I do sincerely hope there is going to be one, so that people can just stop getting scalped, WhoMD21 says, have you played Spiritfarer? Yes, I have. I played a lot of Spiritfarer. I've actually got a script in the works for a video on it. Trezen says, I enjoyed Shadow of War a lot, mostly because I started to ignore the story and just focus on the gameplay. Fair. I think if I went back through that game and just played it and skipped every single cutscene, I'd have a lot better time. Unfortunately, I was reviewing it for Eurogamer, so I had to keep watching. Metal Magpie says, I operate light and sound for plays, and I do tell the actors when they made me cry at the tech desk. They're always really chuffed, assuming that was the objective. That's lovely. Good on you. Matt Bray says, scarcity? I thought it was Cursed City. Matt Bray. Num 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 num. There are new updates and new characters for Spiritfarer, says Sally Jack Pumpkin King. That's good. Have they tweaked that bit of dialogue for what's his face? Gustav. They said they were going to tweak the frankly ableist voice lines and I hope they have, but I don't know if they have or not yet. Would be interested to know. Excuse me, Fibia says you should check out Stirring Abyss. What's Stirring Abyss? I'll have a look. Right, let's do the roots. Gently try and highlight these. Sorry, doing a bit of the old delicate painting. So my speech centre is apparently shut down. Also, what the fuck is this in my headphones? I don't want a piano version of Marble Machine by Wintergarten. If I'm going to hear Marble Machine, I want to hear Marble Machine. Add to queue. Piano version. It's not impressive. Did you ever read the Life is Strange comics, Johnny? I read the first one, I think. Sorry, Will made me laugh again. Saying, not much, what's Stirring Abyss with you? Bob has done a super chat saying... Where's the bit I was painting with? Oh, it's here. What is your take on the gacha genre of game? I know mobile games and all, but I've been enjoying Genshin, even though it is a gacha. Not spending because free to play, baby. I've not checked out any of them, so I'm afraid I don't actually have an opinion at all. I think, again, microtransactions in mobile games can be quite predatory, but I think if you're able to strike a neat balance with it, and it doesn't feel too gougey, and you're spending up to, well, either no money at all, or, you know, something you're comfortable with and you don't feel pressurized to actually keep spending, I think a lot of people find value in them, and I think it's very easy for people to be like, about mobile games, and I have no real interest in sort of shitting on people for those, but I've never tried a gacha game, not once. Maybe I should check them out, or maybe that will be the end of me. I don't know. I'll have a look. Oh bloody hell! More super chat. Stephen Paul has done another super chat saying new thought, best start for a game and slowest start for a game. My vote: God of War 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2. Slowest, Metal Gear Solid 5. Oh my god, just let me get off the floor. Spent an hour crawling around in a backless hospital gown while things were on fire. I had no time for it. I was in such a bad mood by the time I finished that. I was like, just want to command a horse to poo, you know? So that. Best start to a game. That is tough. I genuinely don't know. Solely because it's been on my mind quite a bit recently. I love the start of Loop Hero. I just think it's great. The fact that you're learning and the story's getting breadcrumbed out to you as you go, and discovering stuff, just being like, what the fuck? There's a thing here? Ooh. So I thought that was super stylish. God, Animal Crossing's a slow start as well, isn't it? Well, it isn't, it isn't. What else are people saying? Amy Owen is on a super chat saying saying my PC crash lost 2 hours worth of artwork, but the chill vibes of the stream makes it all better. Minnie looks great. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you, Amy, very much for the super chat and for the kind words. I am having a good day, actually. I'm having a really nice one. Sorry to hear about your crash. I've been there. It sucks. Blech, yeah. James Evans has done a super chat saying, sorry if I'm not allowed to ask, but Johnny, what Warhammer media do you follow / recommend? And have you watched the Yogscast Tom and Ben Warhammer streams? I haven't watched the Yogscast Tom and Ben Warhammer streams. What Warhammer media do I follow or recommend? I really like Duncan Rhodes. I think he's a former Warhammer TV presenter and painter who struck out on his own to start the Duncan Rhodes Painting Academy. He's a phenomenal painter, but also just a really great talent and explains things in a really nice, straightforward, easy to understand way. It is no exaggeration to say that Duncan Rhodes taught me how to paint. So just like, I love him. And also Two Thin Coats. Like, it's such a good catchphrase. What else? Media. I mean, I've played a shit ton of Vermintide. That is a great video game. I didn't play much of Vermintide 2, but the first one I absolutely fell in love with. In terms of like other Warhammer sort of like battle reports or streams or the Black Library and stuff like that, I don't really follow any of it because I just like Will made me laugh again. Yeah, I just like focusing in on the models really, and just listening to whatever while I'm painting. But yeah. Oh, and I've been meaning to... had it installed for a while. I've been meaning to play Space Marine, the like 2011 game voiced by Mark Strong, him of Guy Ritchie's Sherlock Holmes fame. It's a surprisingly good video game. I went to preview it back when with Jane Douglas, actually, when we both worked at GameSpot a million years ago. Adam Curry has done a super chat saying, have been watching for years and just wanted to thank you for the amazing content you have been a part of, especially your Dark Souls Nox Venture videos. Thanks to you, I started painting miniatures. Adam, that's really kind. Thank you very much for the super chat and for all the support over the years. I've been me for a number of years now, and let me tell you, sometimes I'm sick of me. So for you to continue watching actually genuinely does mean a lot. And like, no messing, like not fooling around this time. Like it genuinely means a lot. Thank you. I'm just going to paint that a different brown. Yes, I'm going to paint that a completely different brown just to cover it up because I'm feeling lazy. Why is that not sticking? Yeah, fine. Catherine M has done a super chat saying, Mr. Chiodini, have you played any of Larian... Please, call me Johnny. Have you played any of Larian Studios games? If not, Divinity 2 would be my recommendation. To anyone else has played, Los Candles. I played a bit of the first Divinity Original Sin, and I got a bit lost, and I did that classic thing where you boot back into a game and you're like, what? But I think they are really impressive things, like, and I would like to give them more of a fair shake, but it's one of those things where like I'll start playing games like Crusader Kings or Europa Universalis or something like that and be like, oh, I can't wait for this, can't wait to be living this specific gameplay life, and then I realise I'm not actually having that much fun. Like, I don't think my brain is wired correctly to really deal with strategy in that way, and it sort of extends to isometric RPGs. Like, they're just like, I don't know what it is, I don't quite click with them even though I really want to. So Ivan Slucky says, Johnny Chiodini, was Mr. Chiodini your father? No, that would be Professor Chiodini. Thank you very much. Yum. Ooh, there's quite a bit of whiskey waiting at the bottom of that glass. Right, what are we up to now? So we've basically base coated all of this. Why is the focus? I was waiting for that to autofocus. Just hold it up where you're supposed to hold it up. Silly. Oh, we need to start painting the eyeball that's in this bird's beak. That's what we need to do. There we go. Yeah, we'll paint that eyeball. And then we'll slap on a shade and see where we get to. Feels like there should be more to do on this guy, but it's alright, I think. Eyeballs fucking stink, says Will. I don't know, Will. I've only ever kept mine in my eye sockets, etc., etc. They are a challenge to paint. At least this one is just like a big pendulous, like it's literally an eyeball in the bird's beak, rather than trying to do eyes. I don't bother doing eyes on my miniatures anymore, because they just end up like completely, not just looking in different directions, just looking into different dimensions. You can have a model just look suddenly really cartoonish and weird, which is annoying. Jack Wood says, underpainting Nagash was a far bigger undertaking than I thought it would be. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Jack Wood. That's a lot of very small detail on Nagash. For those who don't know what Nagash is the Supreme Lord of the Undead, and the model is about that tall. And it's awesome, but yeah, underpainting that is a lot of work. Oh. Apparently the guy who discovered the optic nerve discovered how they worked by lifting his... Oh, that actually makes me feel a bit sick. Lifting his own eyeball out and then having a poke about under there. There's one more chunk of strawberry in this drink. I shouldn't have read that. So, I don't think I've ever talked about this before on stream. But, Jack, let me tell you the story about Shit Nagash. One of my friends has a death army, and he picked up, I think we got him Nagash, we clubbed together and bought him Nagash for his birthday. And he was looking up, Nagash to see like pictures of other people's paint jobs and stuff, see how he wanted to paint Nagash. And he saw the original model of Nagash, which is like, actually, hang on, give me 1 sec. The original Nagash looks like this. Just sort of a weird purple, like, Ren Fair wizard. And we all were like, ha ha ha, that's really very funny. And you may, given I've got this box, be able to see where this story is going. Because we jokingly started to refer to this as Shit Nagash. And we waited for ages while my friend Matt painted up his Nagash, the Supreme Lord of the Undead, and got ready for the first game where he was going to field Nagash on the battlefield. I, of course, went to eBay and picked up a cheap pre-painted model of Nagash, the Supreme Lord of the Undead. Genuinely, in these colours. Like, fair play to the person who sold it to me. They did a good job. But the model's ridiculous, so it still looks stupid. And we invented the curse of Shit Nagash, where basically my friend went out the room to go to the toilet, and we swapped his good big Nagash with bad Nagash. And the rule is, basically, you're cursed with Shit Nagash. If you step away from the table and somebody manages to replace one of your models with Shit Nagash, and it doesn't matter if it is meant to be this big, or whether it's meant to be, say, like a clan rat in a massive clump of 30 of them, you have to keep that model on the table, you have to play with it using the original rules, and then you have to take it home with you. And then you have to keep it until you can sneak it onto someone else's army, and that's when they get the curse of Shit Nagash. I don't think we've played Age of Sigmar since, so he's still got it. But yeah, the curse of Shit Nagash was very funny. Rob Deaville says that Nagash was referred to as Bobo the Clown in hobby circles. I'm not surprised. Very funny. Speakle, SP1KLE, Speakle, has done a super chat saying, in work right now, so I'll watch the VOD later. I have a question about Oxventure. When you start up again in May, will they get a level up vid? Hope your day is going great. Yes, there will be a level up. Do not worry. Jack Wood says, I will play against your friend just to acquire Shit Nagash. Yeah, I can't blame you. It's a hell of a model. It really is. Thomas Tomasi says, how do you all afford loads of minis? I've seen the prices in Games Workshop, and I can't justify the expense. Okay. Number one, there are lots and lots of independent sellers who will sell Warhammer at like 20% off. So that is one way of doing it. Second, just buying a few models at a time and doing like slow grow is a really good way of of acquiring like an army without just going like and putting down a crap load of money all at once. That really helps, and saving up also helps, and just trying to do the hobby trying to do the hobby solely by buying through Games Workshop is like a fast way of making your wallet cry, but well, that was delicious. It's a lot. Joe Miller says, all this talk of Warhammer makes me want to see the Ox Crew play the RPG. Are you talking about Soulbound or the old sort of like the older fantasy role playing? Darth Monk says, I got curious, did you ever play Total War Warhammer, or was it too close to those strategy games for you? Couldn't do it. Absolutely couldn't. Like, I picked up Rome Total War 2 because Total War Rome 2, excuse me, because a friend of mine's in it. He's a voice actor. Well, he's an actor, but he did voice acting for it. So, you know that one guy who goes, "Proud Romans all." That's my friend Chris. So I started playing it, and again, I was like, I really want to play this. Really want to have fun with this. Really want to be good at this. I was not good at it, and I had to give up. So I have Total War Warhammer, and I haven't even. Yeah, just couldn't. I'm bad at it. There was a very brief period when I was okay at playing Protoss in StarCraft 2. So we were playing it lots and lots at work. And that is just about as close as I've ever got to being competent at games that require strategy. Jack Wood says, my bank account still hasn't forgiven me for the Night Haunt Battle Force box. Preach. Preach. Right. Delicious paint. I realised I missed the sort of belt, if you can call it that. It's just a bit of twine on this, around this zombie's trousers. So there was my nose again. HC Bird says, anyone have recommendations for some minis that have funny alternative themes? I'm not so much into the regular well-known stuff, but like painting. Northumbrian tin miniature are great. My first ever painting stream, I think. I was painting the Night Folk. These little, like, really fun crows. They're good fun. Yeah, they're great. Bad Squiddo does some fantastic minis. Just have a good Google. There are also a bunch of people who sculpt and print their own, on Etsy, so you can always get interesting sculpts there. Although I do say interesting with a capital I, because some of them are made by sexists and perverts. So, you know. Mark Cohen says, I suddenly want to see you and Bratters collaborate on a Warhammer Total War playthrough. He's the strategy king and you provide the lore. To be honest with you, he'd provide better lore than me. He knows more than I do about that kind of stuff. I only got into the hobby very recently, and only with Age of Sigmar. So I've never actually played or studied or, looked into Warhammer Fantasy Battles. So it would just be Chris doing all of the hard work while I just sort of sit there. Which, don't get me wrong, that sounds amazing. Hanging out with him while he talks strategy and explains stuff to me. That sounds like an absolute delight. But I don't think it would be fair in terms of the division of work. Maybe if I paid him a lot, or offered to do all of the edits and paid him. Right, I've now painted quite clumsily, actually, the rope between this dude's legs. Where's it out of focus again? It's because your hands are in the wrong place. But here's how this is coming together. Obviously, at the minute, these roots and this crow look very, very, very similar. So I'm going to want to change that. But I now feel comfortable in throwing some spoke too soon, throwing some shade on this. I'm actually going to stick a different green on this grass to dull it down a bit. BP Phantom says, I give you props for using your wallet and platform to call out crap behaviour in people, Johnny. Thanks. Oh, you're very welcome. I think I've lost my way when I stop challenging people I think are shit. because I'm afraid that people will stop supporting me on Patreon and stuff. So, thank them. Oh, and also using a wallet and platform to call out crap behaviour in people. Oh, do you mean like the sculptors? Yeah, they're weird. I don't want to tell you some of the. One of my friends was like, "Oh, I saw this guy's. This guy had one really cool sculpt in his Etsy store," and we were like, "That's great." And then it's like, "Oh no!" I clicked through to the rest of his store. Checkerbeard says, talking about writing folk songs earlier. This is a super chat, by the way. Did you co-write "Pretend It's Boats"? As in, mental health is less grim if you pretend it's boats. On Luke Westaway's album. I've done that at folk song sessions and it goes down well. No, I did not have a hand in writing it at all. Luke just said, like, look, I've written this song. Do you want to do... He was like, I know you like shanties and you talk about mental health a lot, so do you fancy having a go on the vocals? And I said, yeah. And then we did it. So yeah, no, Luke's a bloody creative genius. I haven't written a song in years and years and years. I used to write quite a lot when I was sort of in my early 20s and was just permanently navel gazing. But I haven't done that in a long time. So for Luke to A, be writing songs at such a consistent rate, B, to have them be so good, and C, to have them resonate so well, like he captures so many experiences that I think are common to just, people of our age and disposition and, stuff like that. And I just think he's brilliant. Like, I'm permanently so impressed with Luke Westaway, like genuinely in awe of him. Let's not say I'm, it's. No, he's great. He's great, and I'm permanently in awe of him. Don't need to justify that. There we go. Care to sing it for us, says Arcadia. No, thank you. But thank you for giving me the opportunity. That's interesting. I've started shaking the Troll Slayer orange, which is a very bold colour. And I do have to paint a moustache on this. Yeah, he's going to get an orange moustache. Why not? Fuck it. Actually, right, let's go in with a squig orange, because that's darker, and then we'll go in over the top of that. Sea Green says, with confirmation that you do enjoy shanties, I must re-recommend Colm McGuinness. Right, where's my pen? I'm going to write in my hand again. Titan Uranus says he also flew through Bloodborne, did our Luke. Yeah, he's good. He's hardcore. Colm McGuinness. If you're looking for recommendations for other Colms who are excellent, may I recommend Colm Mahern from RPS. He's great. So there. Metal Magpie says, yes, orange moustache. You only live once. But then they posted that chat twice. That's strange. Ooh, that's a full beer, isn't it? Right. Sorry, I went really quiet there again. I was just sort of having a look at chat because you're all really nice. Nice little community, sort of talking away amongst yourselves. It's good. When we launched the Discord, I was like, oh god, I probably need to be in the Discord all the time, and I need to be talking to everyone constantly. And then I'll log in some days and be like, look at this, everyone's just having a chat. It's nice. Okay. I feel very good about this moustache. Which ordinarily is an alarming thing to hear come out of a man's mouth. No, I like moustaches, they're fine. Yes! Yes! Look at it! Look at it! I accidentally painted a bit of the root that comes between it, so I need to fix that. And we're not done. We're going to layer it up with a brighter orange. Yeah, very pleased with that. James Evans says, is the Discord for subscribers only? Yes, unfortunately the Discord access, you get it with any tier from my Patreon, which is patreon.com/Johnny Chiodini. The lowest level is £3. And look, like, I'm not saying that if you became a patron for a month for £3 and then stopped being a patron for £3 a month. I'm not saying that I'm deliberately lax in, say, booting people from the Discord when their pledges lapse. But like, if hypothetically you were to just sign up for £3 and then cancel it and never give me money again, there's every chance that you'd probably get to stay in the Discord anyway. So just don't tell me. Good. I think that was subtle enough. Darth Monk says, right, I'm going to go enjoy the sunlight and fresh air. Please continue to be lovely, skeleton pals. Have fun, Darth Monk. Enjoy that sunlight. Okay. Right, I need to fix that tiny bit of root that I messed up. There's my nose again. Okay, good. Right, that's coat number 1. Subtle like a 2x4 to the face, Johnny, says Michael Bethelson. Joby303 Gaming says, been in the sunlight all day and now I get to viddy game. Oh yes. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, right. I love my dog. I love having a dog. It's absolutely wonderful. And I love walking my dog. But some days I do not want to walk the dog, whether I'm just feeling anxious or whether I'm tired or achy or whatever. But I still like doing it even on those days. Not always. There are some days when I just want to duck it, and some days I do. She just walked past and audibly farted. But I enjoy walking the dog because it also means I get to come back and then I don't have to walk the dog anymore. And I'm like, yes, I can do whatever I want for the rest of my day. Because like a lot of anxious people, I use to-do lists extensively to manage my time and to just carve the day up into little manageable chunks. You're like, okay, I'm anxious because I've got lots to do today, but what's my list say? My list says I'm having a coffee. Great. Then I'm gonna get dressed and I'm gonna take the dog out. It's like, okay, I can do those things. And I come back, I'm like, that's all done. Yada yada yada. It's just a very easy way of fooling myself into doing more with my day than I would if I just was free-forming it. So walk the dog is always on the list. And it is quite a big one every day because it breaks up the day, but also I'm always glad to have done it. It's like going for a run or doing any like exercise or whatever. You're like, oh, I desperately don't want to do this. And then suddenly you do it and you're like, I feel good about this. Ugh. So Dave Longan says, my man walks our dog at least twice a day and I swear he's the most ripped lab springer cross I've ever seen. The good thing, I will say, the really good thing about Watson is she does walk herself because she goes and finds the biggest stick she can and she runs up and down with it. So she covers about 3 or 4 times the distance I do on a walk with a massive, massive piece of tree in her mouth. So she really only needs the 1 walk a day, which is good. So I remember being a kid, people were like, you need to walk them 3 times a day. It's like, if I did that 3 times a day with Watson, she would keel over. And then tomorrow, if I tried to do it again, she would just kick off. Absolutely no way. So that always feels good. Spell Builder says, watching Watson carry trees on Instagram makes me so happy. There you go. Watson's canines, like the biggest, her biggest canines, are squared off from carrying so many sticks about. That's interesting. Steve Anderson says, after I stopped cooking professionally, I found I couldn't be organised without some kind of list. I think that's because cooking, like, it's all short deadline stuff, right? You get tickets come in, you're like, got to do this, got to do it in good time so we can get on to the next one, yada, yada, yada. It doesn't surprise me that, you found that there was structure lacking after that. Like, I think, to be honest with you, I was talking to a friend recently who's also a journalist, and saying, like, oh, I'm just intensely deadline driven. Like, I can't really do long-term projects. Like, it's got to be a deadline. And he was like, yeah. I don't think I've ever met a journalist who isn't motivated along those lines. It was like, oh, yeah, okay. Because when I was at school and university, they were like, you've got to stop leaving your work until the last minute. It's like, but that's when I do it. And it turns out I just found a job where you were always doing your homework at the last minute because there wasn't homework until the last minute. Trey's Anderson, another super chat, saying, Johnny, we've all seen the pics and vids. Those aren't sticks, mate. She's pulling whole bloody trees. She does uproot dead trees, like, and that isn't an exaggeration. She does literally uproot dead trees and run around with them. But we love her. So, it's very funny. It makes me really proud, actually, when people will stop other people and be like, look at that dog. And it's like, yeah, that's my dog. I didn't teach her to do it, but I'm not stopping her. It's good fun. Right. Shaded this guy. That's how he's coming on. So that's nice. I don't think I need to do anything else to the skin, actually. The contrast paint's really done. I will daub some... no, I am going to daub some shade in sort of the recess areas to make sort of this bit of the chest under here a bit darker and then increase the sense of contrast. But all in all, pleased with this. Yeah. Jack Wood says, Watson is beautiful and terrifyingly strong. Yes. She's good fun. I've forgiven her for eating cat poo earlier. You know what? Let's see if we can get her in. Hello, pig. Hi. You my friend again? I'm sorry I made you feel bad about eating cat poo. Come on, up here. Up here. Up. Come on. Up here. Up here. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Yes. Sit. Sit. Now wait. Okay. A good dog. Chat's going off. Apparently my whistle summoned Jack Wood's dog Jimmy. Hurry! I don't know if you noticed, but she was deliberately not looking at the treat then. She was just like, I better say okay at some point. Anyway, that's what we do while we wait for the shade to dry. Oh, Astrid Johnson says, excellent shirt, by the way. Thank you, Astrid. Yeah, gift from my wife. BP Phantom says, did you take her through one of those training classes? We didn't, actually. We kind of meant to, and then we never ended up booking it in, but we read really, really good training book by Dr. Sophia Lee that's called How to Behave So Your Dog Behaves. And we did a lot of reading up on sort of positive reinforcement, and we trained her through that, but also, so we got her as a puppy because we got 2 rescue cats and we wanted the cats to have something they could boss around. We didn't want to just bring in a rescue dog, as much as it would have been great to rescue a dog at the time, or in general. But we knew that by the time she hit 12 weeks and could go on walks, she should have met 100 people. So we took her to the pub like every night. She couldn't hold her bladder for very long, so basically we go to the pub, have 1 pint, and then we take her home. And she would be exhausted, and she would have met everybody because everyone wanted to meet her because she was amazing. Still is, but you know. Let's wait for this to dry now. So yeah, she met a whole bunch of people, and then once she could walk, we took her to the park, and you know she wanted to meet every dog because puppies always do. And yeah, I was working from home, so you know, like my wife and I just spent a lot of time just trying to train her. Like waiting for a treat was the first thing she learned because it's a treat. She's food motivated, and then yeah, the rest followed. She's not perfect. She's got a good recall. She can be naughty. Like there are things she just doesn't do unless she wants to do them. But all in all, she's great. So, Amy Owen has done a super chat saying, a tip for the beautiful girl. What a well-trained pig? ? My pet actual pigs knocked our shed down. Not well-trained at all. Oh, wow. That sounds amazing. Well, not amazing. Obviously, that sounds awful. Your pigs knocked over your shed. That's not what I mean. Like, having pigs sounds amazing. Like, before, like, actually, when I went vegetarian, I stopped wanting to eat meat because I was like, pigs are really smart, and they also remind me of the dog, and the dog's great. Which is such a stupid, like weird hierarchical way of looking at animals. Being like, but the dog's got value because she's my friend. But it's also how I felt, so, you know. Oh, wow. Artima Bale says, my dog likes to eat the forbidden bird food off the floor, and my bird has taken to chirping, stop it, to get us to come remove the dog. That's amazing. That's genuinely amazing. This shade's taking ages to dry. How long have we got left? Oh, about 40 minutes. Right, we'll get this one done. Easy. This one's finally fucking dried. Which one do we move on to next? You're already done. Oh god, some of these are horrible. Like this guy, he's got a profusion of stakes coming through his chest and was also hanged. Maybe that one's a bit of a buzzkill on the stream, actually. Let's do... Where's the one with roots coming out of his mouth? That'll cheer everyone up. Look at this one. This one's horrible. It's got roots coming out of his head, out of his mouth and his eyes. Horrible. It's really Turnip 28-esque, actually. Yeah, this one will be next. Should we start? Let's start on this. The shader's still... Oh, no, it's getting there, actually. Yeah, we can start on that again. Good, good, good. Anton Sweeney says, have to head out. Have a good day, all. So long. Thank you for being such a like a notable presence in the chat. Yeah, it's been having fun with this stream. HC Bird says, ooh, puking roots. I know, right? I've been cracking on with more Turnip 28 models as well. Which is just sort of like horrible, muddy Napoleonics with anachronistic helmets. Really having fun building up, slowly building up an army for that system. What's another one? It's this guy. They're just horrible. I won't get the root shrine out because I know it upsets people. Understandably. But I will do another turnip stream soon. Lance Hayen. Whoa, that's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. It says, hi from Australia, Johnny. The chill streams have become a highlight of my work week, and the conversation keeps me sane on long night shifts. You're very welcome, Lance. Thank you for tuning in from the other side of the world. I'm glad that our schedules line up. I hope the night shifts aren't too punishing. I've never consistently worked night shifts, but I know some people who have, and it seems brutal. So, genuinely hats off to you. Mix up some more grey and cream. There we go. A decent highlight colour for the roots and the tree stump. I'll wash my brush. Just talking to myself now. Uh-oh, Jack Wood says null oil down. Null oil down! Jack, I'm so sorry. The shade pots for Games Workshop are large, so they're, generous. But also, my God, they are they're just designed to be knocked over. I mean, that's potentially libelous, I don't literally mean that, but they knock over real easy, and my God, it's such a watery, because it's a shade, it's so watery that it just goes everywhere. Gutting. I've been there. In fact, my sort of mouse mat has a really big Agarax shade stain on it. Oh God. Bob has done another super chat saying, so, Johnny, with all of these minis in your possession, do you ever wonder if they move about like a Toy Story kind of thing, but maybe sinister? If they did, Bob, I would not be here. It would already be over, because I have so many horrible, chaotic rats that just want to destroy everything. And also the weird, nightmarish, Napoleonic army that wants to destroy everything. The dwarves who, in fairness, just want to have a good time. There's such a profusion, though, of horrible ghosts and ghouls and nasty beasties that they would. I just assume they would direct their ire toward me for tickling them with brushes for so long. It would be awful. So, I fear a Toy Story-like uprising, as if I'm Sid. So thank you for putting that into my head. I'm going to start locking this room at night. It doesn't have a lock, so where lock, I mean I'm going to start just nailing boards across the doorway. So, roots from that side, roots from this side. Just a little touch up, and suddenly they started popping a lot better, which is nice. Because I wasn't sure about, initially I wasn't sure about going with the grey colour scheme, but it seems to have paid off, which is pleasing. What else is chat saying? Howl root. Ivan Suki says, but there would be factions like Protect the Creator versus Kill God. Nah, I don't have any Stormcast. I think they're stupid. I think they're Boy Scouts. No, unfortunately, I tend towards armies that either are just into doing their own thing or want everything to burn. So that would be it. Cool. This is coming together all right. I do want to do some highlights on this crow, but I really desperately don't want it to look like all of the roots I've just done. I am going to paint its beak that colour though, just to let it stand out a little bit, which I guess now means it's the jackdaw, which is absolutely one of my top corvids. Really great bird. Silent Cobb has done a super chat of a Shiba Inu kind of like looking solemn, kind of like nodding its head forward and going like, hmm. So I don't know if it's bowing reverently or being deflated by something. Who can possibly say? Loki Akai says, wait, it's been over 3 hours already. My God. I know. The time really flies, doesn't it? It's strange. Sometimes it feels like I'll be like, wow, I mean, how long have we been going? Must be at least halfway through, and I've only been painting for like 40 minutes. Not that I don't enjoy these, but like, they are a bit of an endurance test, and they do leave me quite tired. But this one absolutely rocketed through it. Due in no part, I'm sure, to the delicious strawberry whiskey sour, or the beer I have unwisely moved on to drinking. Moderation in all things, kids. Moderation in all things. Okay, right. Yeah. Tiny little edge highlight on the crow tail there. That's the way to do this. Just catch those tiny little edges. Which is easier said than done. Jack Wood says, say what you will about Sigmarines, brackets, they're nerds and boring, but at least they're not loyalist Space Marines. Agreed. Cool. Yep, that'll do. That'll work for that. I should probably highlight this wood, I suppose. I used to highlight every single piece of wood I painted on miniatures, and now I highlight wood when I bloody feel like it, because increasingly I think life's too short, and I'm happy just to paint things to a standard I'm happy with. Today I can be bothered, which is why I've done that post, and actually, yeah, that looks really good. So maybe I should do that more. But increasingly, I'm trying to embrace just to paint the model until you're happy with how it looks, and if there's more work to be done, if you don't want to do that work, don't do that work. It's a surprisingly hard lesson to get into, when before I was just trying to paint absolutely everything so it looked, you know, like it was never competition grade, but you know what I mean. Just really trying to stunt on absolutely everything I painted. Never used the word stunt in that conversation before, and I doubt I will again. So, enjoy that. Yeah, let's give it a bit more depth to it, isn't it? Okay. I tell you what I don't understand, or rather what I can't fathom and really admire in other people, is when they manage to write things on little banners like this, or on purity strips. Or books and stuff in miniatures. I do not know how they do it. Do they dig out like needles and just like scratch ink in there? I do not understand. Kieran Gillen calls it FITD, or fuck it, that'll do, which is a great attitude to painting, says Bin Wizard. I agree. And I think Kieran Gillen kicks out some really like great looking stuff. Like, it's really evocative. Even if, you know, you can see that he has gone fit to, you know, that'll do. There's still so much sort of like presence to those models. It's very impressive. But for real, if anyone in the chat is one of those people, okay, James Mowbray says it's dark magic, it has to be. I'm glad James is not I'm not the only one. Glad you're on my side, James. But if anybody in the chat, Spell Build says sometimes painting may be good. Oh no, wait, my desktop audio is not live.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Thank you, Gatsuso. Architectural 0.5 and smaller pens, says Googly Eyed Skull. Holy shit. Oh. Yeah. I get it. Fucking hell. Yeah. Right. Of course. Like, not everything has to be done with a tiny brush. Where's it gone? Can't find the shade I was just working with on my palette. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Secret Emerald says bye. Goodbye, Secret Emerald. Was it something Gattuso said? Okay, I'm sort of done. You can see that there's an eyeball in there. Mr. the Jeff says I do pupils and eyes as fine liner pen dots too, if I manage to do eyes. Too Cool for Cape says Blowing Johnny's Mind was completed for those of you with it on your bingo card. There's what I love about this hobby is that, like, there's still so much to learn, and learning it is fun because it means that I can paint things to a standard that I haven't achieved before, which is nice, and it's not disheartening. Luke Gray says, why do you eat the paint? I don't deliberately eat the paint, Luke. I know you see me stick my brush in my mouth, but that's because after you wash the brush, like, A, there's quite a bit of water on that, and B, the tip is not pointy. So, now there's tip on my brush. See? So not to consume too much of my own paint water. Move your hand. There we go. Right. Washed brush. Indistinct. Sucked brush. Pointy. There you go. Roswald Walton says, yeah, I have a few sets of fine liners for eyes. This is good to know. I'm not going to try and freehand something onto this grave marker. That's what I'm not going to do. But I am going to daub some shades onto this contrasted skin. Yeah. Ooh. Lots of pops and cracks today. There it is. Secreta Gensum says, sucked brush is not a phrase I ever thought I would hear. Welcome aboard. That's patreon.com/Johnny Chiodini, everybody. Okay. Yeah, happy with that. Good. See around the chest here. See how it's slightly reddish? Just poke some shade onto there to try and sort of like build the sense that there's shadow underneath the lid of the coffin. These minis are weird and brilliant. Old and Drunk says, dude, I love Malifaux so much. I don't know who mentioned Malifaux, but yeah, I've never played Malifaux, but I've got a friend who's really into it. And the models are just cool. I really like watching him just like work on them, or seeing pictures when he's like, hey, this guy. They are very, very cool. So you can see there on like the arm and sort of that bit of chest just above my index fingernail, poke some more sort of flesh shade into there to kind of try and give it a greater sense of depth. Oh fuck! Caught it though, didn't I? There we go. And then just on the head there, that's not really in focus. There we go, I poked a bit more shade into sort of that divot in the skull. Do you think zombies are happy? Like, I know we're not supposed to feel like they're not supposed to feel emotion, but like if they do have any, like in The Land of the Dead, the Romero film that, let's face it, isn't very good. One definitely emotes. It's sad when the others die, and it can think and stuff. Do you think they're happy to be zombies, or would they rather not be zombies anymore? If it was like a choice between, and I don't mean like a choice between being a living person and being a zombie. I mean like a choice between being just dead and being a zombie. If they were conscious of that difference, do you think they'd be happy? I genuinely don't know. I think they're always supposed to be slightly tragic figures. And I think that's long been coded into, again, going back to George A. Romero's like Night of the Living Dead, either the original or the 90s remake, which is genuinely very good. They're always supposed to be sort of tragic. I don't know. Makes you think. Spell Builder says, being a zombie seems pretty chill, to be honest. Yeah. HC Bird says, zombies are ecstatic, eating brains and slouching all day. Yeah. I think it depends on... I guess it depends on what sort of universe you're from. I know they're technically not zombies because they're infected, but 28 days later, not having a good time. Furious, constantly. But yeah. James Mowbray says, but conversely, easy to disappoint. Googly-eyed Skull has done a super chat of £6.66. I do not normally mention the amount I get for a super chat, but that was not an accident. Saying, spend me on a paint handle. I will. Oh, because I dropped my mini on myself. Yeah. Yeah, it's about time I got another one of those. I actually gave one away because a friend was like, I am really struggling to hold miniatures, and I was like, here, take this. It looks like a butt plug. But I shall buy a new paint handle. Thank you very much. Or just a stump of wood, a cork, and some blue tack. Actually, I've got some blue tack, haven't I? Bottle of primer. Blue tack. Now I can spend it on beer. I'm joking, I will buy a paint handle. God, it'd be awful actually if I popped the cap on that and spilt primer everywhere, so I'm not going to do that. Bob says, I'm sorry, it looks just like a what, Johnny? You heard me, Bob. I think the Games Workshop painting handles look like butt plugs. I said what I said. Dungeons and Fandom says, looking good there, Johnny. First time I catch you live. Hello! Are you sleeping well? Mostly. Thank you very much for asking. Thank you for tuning in. Oh look, it's another lady in a fancy dress with a sort of sash. Do I want to do another fancy lady with a dress and a sash? Oh no, we were going to move on to the guy who was sprouting roots from his face, weren't we? Here he is. There we go. Right. Shorts, what colour? Lay it on me, chat. Introducing zombie number 3. He's got roots coming out of his face. He's got a questionable beard and no moustache. So that's just coming out of his chin and it's properly long. He's got lovely flowers on his gravestone here. So those are going to be purple. I don't want to give this guy purple shorts because then he'll look like the Incredible Hulk. That Casual Dragon says, jorts? Absolutely not. Couple of votes for green, another one for purple. Salmon jorts, says Googly-eyed Skull. Salmon, done. Right, where's it gone? Where's it gone? Right. I'm going to pull this paint out of paint prison because this is Vallejo's Naranja Denso, or heavy orange. I picked this up when I was doing some doors because wow, look how beautiful that orange colour is. Gosh, that would look great on squigs or doors or anything you wanted to be orange. Hey, wouldn't that just be great? And then you shake it up and then what do you get? Salmon pink. Just a really fleshy pink tone. It's baffling. it was so baffling that the first time I used it, I just kept painting, thinking it must be me. This must be orange. It was not me. Annoyingly, because I haven't shaken this up in ages, you've got loads of orange pigment in that, so it does look orange. But I promise you, it's a bloody brilliant flesh tone. Right, time to down up with a bigger brush. Yes, thank you, everybody. It's not the colour you expect to come out of that bottle, is it? There it is. James Mowbray says, that is like the most orange thing from the outside. I know. And then pink. Emma Benson puts it very well, saying, I beg your pardon, bottle, but you are a fucking liar. Agreed. Absolutely preposterous. Watch this. You pink. Bullshit. Yep. Pink. I've actually been using it as a base coat for whenever I paint yellow. Because pink under yellow can actually really help. Tell you what I haven't been using it for. Anything that needs to be fucking orange. Sam and jorts. Are these jorts? Yes. James Mowbray says, super nice colour though, a shame about the lies. It is really nice in fairness. I do find it useful. But I'd ordered it online when I was living far away from an actual games store, and also, you know, COVID. So then I had to wait for an actual orange to turn up, and it delayed a painting project I was super excited about, which was a shame. But hey ho, I got over it, honest. Googly eyed skull says, what does it taste like, Johnny? Salmon or orange? Smells like it would taste really unpleasant, actually. Like, I'm not, you know, you've been in the hobby a lot longer than I have, Googly eyed skull. You know for a fact that some paints taste awful and some paints taste not as awful. You know when sometimes just get a smell off them, you're like, that's a bad one. That's gone over. I'm sure I'll accidentally get a taste of it when I go to clean my brush in a minute. Shit. Catherine M is on another super chat saying, Johnny Watson was aggressively adorable on the break card. I simply had to speed paint her. So that should be with you via Twitter. Now I blink again. Oh my god. Let's have a look at this. I don't have my phone so I can hold it up. Come on, phone. Twitter is not updating on my phone. Huh. I will have to look at this later. I'm really sorry, but I will definitely retweet it. Okay. Or salmon. Michael has done a super chat saying, just had my best mate for beers in the garden and caught up for the first time since Christmas and come back to see the stream is still going. Muscle emoji, paintbrush emoji. Hello. You must feel like $1 million right now. Since Christmas, that is a long time. I'm really glad you got to catch up with your friend and enjoy some of this not freezing weather we've been having. I don't know where you live actually, so you know it could be absolutely tropical. But yeah, that I'm very glad you got to catch up with your friend. It's amazing, isn't it? Just how just having a little bit of face-to-face time with people can make a world of difference right now. Oh crap! These salmon shorts have a little waistband over the belt. Gonna have to get onto that. Okay. Ooh, Anonymous says, I'm going to head off and go to bed soon. The joys of getting up at 5 a.m. You do you. Sleep well, Anonymous. I hope your wake-up call isn't too rough. Thomas Brantley is on Super Chat saying, going on lunch and even leaving the YouTubes for a while. Just want to say thanks for the stream, and based on the few interactions we've had on Twitter about music, check out The Armed if you haven't. Interesting. I'm going to end up writing on my hand again. I've still not fallen down the SCP rabbit hole for anyone who was wondering. I keep forgetting. And then I only remember when I'm streaming, at which point I'm busy. Get in there. Turn salmon, you little piece of plastic. There we go. Right, there we go. Salmon jorts. Ulfen Khan's latest craze. And because they're on a zombie, you know, they aren't fast fashion. So pleased with that one, I nearly washed my brush in my beer. Blocking out the colours. Oh dear, that brush is not clean. BP Phantom says, Salmon Jorts is the name of my drowning pool cover band. Very good. Martin Cox says, so was this lad wearing a salmon suit or just salmon chinos before he got bit? I like to think, actually, they were always jorts. Yeah, Monk, that tastes like shit. It's a really not tasty paint. So, Vallejo Naranja Denso. Great coverage, great pigmentation. The bottle lies and it tastes like ass. Answering the big questions here on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. Oh yeah, I'm just going to go back in with the Mornfang Brown. Do I need to? Yes. Presumably why I was going in the first place. Dickhead. Always enjoy that part of painting where I just end up mumbling aggressively at myself. It's a really good look. Why did I paint that silver? I don't know. Brendan R is on a super chat saying, as I told Ellen on her Demon Soul stream, how dare you make me laugh at puns. I'm sorry, Brendan. I was just born this way. Checkerbeard says, is there potential for a paint sommelier to recommend drinks to take the edge off specific paints? That's such an interesting concept, but also it kind of presupposes that you almost intend to get paint in your mouth. You know, it's like, it's not like they're standing by with a fire extinguisher. If they're a sommelier, they're like, I see Sir is painting with rhinox hide this evening, and also Strachan green. May I recommend this porter? Like, I guess I'm alright with somebody being there to have drinks that will take the edge off certain paints as like an emergency first responder, but not as someone who is there to provide titillating pairings. I think the balance is wrong there. But Abid Ali says, yeah, I'm going to head off as well. It's midnight right now in India. The snoozy emoji face. Thank you for the chill stream. Thank you very much for tuning in, especially so late at night, and for your super chat. I really appreciate it. I hope you sleep well. I was about to start asking you questions about India because I've never been, but just go to bed. I can Google it. It's fine. Metal Magpie says, not intentional, just inevitable. Any drink I have next to me while painting will at some point get the brush dipped in it. That is partly why I'm now drinking out of a can. West Coast Weaver says, see, I'm not much of a painter of things, but when I do paint, I usually end up getting some paint in my mouth. I really can't explain it, but it just happens. I know a few people who like basically talk about how they just get colour in the corner of their mouth every time they paint. And like, knock on wood, but so far I've not actually run into that. I've always, basically before sticking my brush in my mouth, I always do clean it rather than just being like that. But yeah. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Flowers. Right, I'm ending up here, aren't I? So let's fix the focus again. Actually, I am a lot happier with this camera angle. Even though you can't see what the tip of my brush is doing, it is better than the setup we had previously. One day I'll buy like a full crane rig or something. I won't. That's a flower. That's a flower. Is that a flower? It's not a flower. Here we go. Stephen Paul says, voice feeling better? It is. It's feeling a lot better than it normally does by this stage in a painting stream. It's still a bit like, what? But I think that's probably just a lingering effect of the damage I did earlier. I'm trying to keep my back straighter, because also it's just good practice. But yeah, all in all, I think we've cracked part of the reason why I get a sore throat when I'm streaming painting. Those bits of leaves, good. We're learning. That's a belt, that's a beard. What the fuck is that though? Oh, it's a root I missed, okay. Peter Michigan says, hello, what is today's tasty beverage? I am drinking... Who is this brewed by? Oh, it's Howling Hops. They brew in Hackney Wick, which is a nice part of East London. This is Tropical Deluxe, a 3.8% pale ale. No affiliation. I bought this because I fancied a beer. But Howling Hops, if you're out there, etc., etc. Got to start courting a brewery at some point, haven't I? Let's be honest, though, it will be Hackney Brewery because they're my favourite brewery in the whole world. And I'm friends with one of the directors. So I believe the conversation will go, do you want to sponsor me? And he'll say, no. And I'll say, can I have some beer? And he'll say, yes. And then I'll either buy some beer or try and scalp some of him. James Mowbray says, do you have any recommendations for gluten-free beers, Johnny? Anything that's secretly gluten-free? I'm afraid I don't. Sorry, one sec. I need to look at... Sorry about that. Actually, maybe I'll ask him... no, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's a long story. That's what people tune in for. A man typing. Good, good, good. The clicky clacky. Oh yeah, sorry, my mic is right over my decidedly mechanical keyboard. Whoops. Should have thought about that, shouldn't I? Sorry, doing it again. Can do. Ta. Okie dokie. Nordfjord says, Christ, that's a quick typing hand on you. Thank you very much. I don't mean to blow my own trumpet, but I'm absolutely about to. I can type 123 words a minute because where I grew up, I had no friends near me, so I was on MSN Messenger all the time. Also, I played a lot of Mario Teaches Typing as a child. I found that on a site that was emulating it, and I was like, oh, I'll see if it's still good. Oh my god, it was never good. It's actually made me feel sick to play. The frame rate's weird and awful. Anyway, right. I'm going to stop painting here because it's 3 minutes to 8, but I just really quickly want to show you, I don't know if you can see this, my favourite detail about this model is this, see this little bit of plastic here that I'm tickling with the brush? That is a rat. You can see its tail here, and it is biting a piece of skin from this zombie's heel that is like being pulled away. It's amazing. It's very, very good. So yeah, oh, Riley Daniels has snuck in with a last minute super chat saying payday baby, so I thought I'd share just in time to go back and rewatch the stream. Thank you very much, Riley. I really appreciate it. And like to everyone who's super chatted and tuned in and just been generally lovely over an excellent painting stream. Like I've really, really enjoyed myself. I always enjoy this, but like this one's been a standout. And yeah, big, many thank. Brain not work now, but yeah, really enjoyed this. And thanks as ever to all the lovely skeleton pals for making it possible. I'm going to show you, we got 2 minis finished and I had a bloody lovely time doing them. So we've got these 2 zombie pals for Kerr City. That's the fronts. Them's the backs. Yeah, all in all, pretty pleased with those. I wasn't sure if the green skin was going to work because I don't tend to work in light skin tones like that. But I'm really pleased with how it came out. So yeah, thank you all very, very much for watching. And if you're watching this on catch up, hello, thank you also very much for watching. I don't know why I had to differentiate there. It's all the same video. But anyway, yeah, thank you so much. What's next on the channel? If you are a champion, you've got an AMA video coming from me this week, possibly tomorrow, possibly Wednesday. I will be back here streaming on Thursday, video game stream. I don't quite know what I'm going to be streaming yet, but it will be something fun, possibly even Space Marine, because why not? Mark Strong, very funny. I will announce details of that very soon, and then on Saturday there's Press Any Chiodini, both the 5th episode for Explorers and above on Patreon, but also the first episode is coming to YouTube, so for people who aren't on the on that Patreon wagon, you can start our journey through Control together with the first episode of Press Any Chiodini. It will be public and you can watch it forever and ever if you want to. But yeah, oh, and if you are a Patreon subscriber of the Adventurer level and above, Weird Tales of Adventure issue 1 is out now. Check Patreon for details. You'll be able to download the file and so on and so forth. Anyway, right, that's about it from me. Thank you again so much for a lovely stream. I've had a great time. So I'm going to show you that creepy Photoshop of me as a zombie one more time, and then I'm going to go have a lovely evening. I hope you do too, or night, or morning, or afternoon, or whatever the time is where you are. So this is me tuning out now, saying goodbye. Goodbye.